You what?
Uh,
you can give Mr. Colley the 30-second heads up.
Perfect. No, I love it. Well, first off, good evening, everybody. It's great to see everybody's faces and little iconic images that they use for their signature online. So, Mr. Colley, this will be your 30-second heads up. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. Let's call this meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. Ms. Contra, can you run us through a roll call, please?
I would be happy to, sir. Mrs. Pingarelli. Mr. Sandoval.
Here.
Mrs. Doan. Mrs. Ceja Martinez.
Here.
And Mrs. Underhill.
Here.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Contra. From what I understand, Ms. Pingarelli and Joan are feeling a little under the weather, so we will miss them and make sure we catch up with them on a later time with any action items for them. So that said, let's move on to our opening exercises. Section 2.1. Moment of silence, and I always seem to kind of combine these two and the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Ms. Underhill, if you wouldn't mind leading us in the pledge. And before we get started, I definitely want to acknowledge a couple individuals that I would like to honor. During our moment of silence. A couple of people that we certainly see as Peoria's finest. We lost one of Peoria Unified's family members who was an associate at Paseo Verde, I believe a couple weeks ago. And I think probably many know we, as a city, lost one of our public servants, in the, I guess, law enforcement arena, one of our police officers, and Officer Judd, who was certainly a proponent of uplifting our students. So, Ms. Underhill, when you are ready, but I would definitely like to keep these two individuals in our minds and their families as we go through our moment of silence and sending positive thoughts and prayers their way. So, Ms. Underhill.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Underhill. Okay, moving along to Section 3, which is the public hearing. I need, hold on, let me grab up to that. We need action or a motion to convene a public hearing producing to ARS 15-948C and D, 15-905, 15-905.01, 15-962D, and 15-1103C for review of the proposed fiscal year 2021 expenditure budgets. This item is being presented by Ms. Myers. So, Ms. Myers.
Pardon me, President Sandoval, we need a motion and a second to convene the public hearing.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
President Sandoval?
Yes.
I move to convene public hearing per your description.
Second.
Perfect. So we have a motion by Ms. Sam Martinez and a second by Ms. Underhill.
Thank you. Oh. Sorry, sir. Thank you for that. Mr. Sandoval?
Yes.
Ms. Ceja Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Perfect. Thank you. So
Yes.
are we, Ms. Contra, are we going through any presentation on this from Ms. Meyer, or was it just to open up any public comment during this this particular item?
Thank you.
I believe Ms. Myers is on and has presentation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask Gary to launch that presentation, please. And actually, this is perfect. That's the budget, and the presentation is here. And I'll say good evening, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, and Dr. Reynolds, as well as our community. Thank you for the opportunity to present the district's proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for adoption tonight. This evening, I will share again general budget background and requirement information, a summary of the fiscal year 2021 budget process, fiscal year 2021 budget changes, the estimated tax rate for the new year, as well as highlight cash controlled and grant budgets. This information was also previously shared at the June 25th, 2020 Governing Board meeting. As we have shared throughout the spring and at the last board meeting, our budget is a combination of various internal and external factors that affect our budget process. Fixed and variable considerations include new funding from the state of Arizona that is based on student enrollment and teacher compensation increase initiatives, as well as annual cost increases that include employee minimum wage requirements, employee benefits, as well as utilities, custodial service costs, and curriculum and student learning initiatives. I have previously shared that each year the district is required by statute to propose and adopt a budget by July 15th. A public hearing notice is required to be published related to the proposed budget, and the public hearing is convened prior to the proposed budget being adopted. And our public hearing this evening meets that requirement. The proposed budget development is a multi-month process that involves input from budget team members that represent various district employee groups. And the fiscal year 2021 budget also includes the governing board approved salary compensation increases that are in alignment with the additional state funding for year 3 of the 20% by 2020 teacher compensation increase that will be received next year. The fiscal year 2021 State of Arizona budget approved by the legislature includes a 1.74 inflation increase to the base funding level. It also reflects an M&O classroom site fund increase related to year 3, the 20% by 2020 teacher compensation increases. And these increases are eligible for future annual inflation increases for base compensation. And the budget also includes continued district additional assistance or capital funding restoration and funding from the district's current 13% maintenance and operations override. Fiscal year 2021 variable expense considerations include a retirement system employer contribution increase, increased custodial service costs, an additional SPED allocation for community preschool, and the continued district payment of the CTE WestMet teacher 20% by 2020 raises from the district's maintenance and operations budget. In addition, a $552,000 optional teacher workday, which is to be paid from a cash-controlled fund instead of M&O, was approved previously by the governing board with the request from the budget team to make this optional day permanent in fiscal year 2022 based on available funding. As was previously shared on June 25th, the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget includes the previously approved 2.5% benefits increase and approved retention stipends for certified and classified staff who return in the new year. There are no changes to performance pay amounts for administrators and eligible certified staff, and the proposed budget includes an increase in the minimum certified and teacher salary to $40,114. Also included in the fiscal year 2021 budget is the governing board approved 5% compensation increase to all employee groups. The fiscal year 2021 M&O budget amount is $259,331,206 based on 48,974.279 weighted students. This amount includes the increase to the base support level, inflation funding, and additional teacher compensation. The M&O override amount in the budget is $29,255,625. As I have previously shared, the M&O override supports district-wide positions, programs, all-day kindergarten, and staff compensation. An override is in place for up to 7 years. If not renewed in year 5, on November 3rd of 2020, it will begin to phase out on July 1st, 2021, and associated funding will be eliminated over 3 years. The district's additional assistance budget amount for fiscal year 2021 is $15,685,257 and includes continued district additional assistance restoration that equals 80% of the expected restoration amount. The fiscal year 2021 classroom site fund budget is $23,785,545 and is restricted to eligible certified staff for base and performance pay. The classroom site fund recommendations include a 2.5% increase for eligible certified teachers, Function 1000 staff in Funds 11 and 13, as well as a 2.5% increase for eligible certified Function 2000 staff in an equal amount, with the increase being paid from M&O instead of classroom site fund. Each year when we propose the budget and subsequently adopt the budget, we estimate the tax rate with the tax rate and levy template issued by the Property Tax Oversight Committee and the Maricopa County Education Service Agency. The final tax rate will be set in August by the Maricopa County Education Service Agency and may change from our estimate. In the proposed budget, there is an estimated decrease in both the primary and secondary tax rate compared to the last budget revision in fiscal year 2020. The main reasons for the decrease are a decrease in the qualified tax rate that is set by the state, an increase in the district's net assessed valuation, and the continued amortization of the district's outstanding bonds. This data table and graph detail the property tax rates associated with the current 13% M&O override in conjunction with existing bond sales and property tax rates. Over the last 5 years, the combined secondary tax rate has decreased from $3.26 per $100 of limited assessed valuation in fiscal year 2017 to $2.92 per $100 of limited assessed valuation in fiscal year 2021. The fiscal year 2021 budget also contains budget amounts for cash-controlled funds and $29 million for federal and state grants, which include a budget amount of $4.2 million for the CARES Act. The governing board has previously approved the proposed budget on June 25th. Tonight, during agenda item 10.1, administration recommends that the governing board adopt the fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget as presented. This concludes the presentation, and during agenda item 10.1 I can answer questions, but at this time I would like to ask Ms. Contra if we do have any public comment related to the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. No, at this time we do not have any public comment related to this item.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Contra. Ms. Myers, thank you as well. And yes, as you stated, I know we'll be going through this again in the actionable items section of this agenda. So with no further discussion or no public comments, I just need a motion to adjourn this. Sorry, because I need a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
I move that we adjourn the public hearing.
Second. So Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by myself. You can run us through a voice vote.
Absolutely, sir. Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Ms. Ceja Martinez,
Yes.
and Mrs. Underhill.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, moving along to section 5, address agenda 5.1 specifically. Do I have any board members that would like to address the agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes?
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a request in lieu of COVID and the environment that we're in, and some feedback we received, the board to consider moving topic COVID, I think it's 11.1, right after consent.
Gotcha. So we can move the discussion items section 11 before our action items.
Yes,
Kim,
please.
I'll second that. Kim, is that something we can do, that you can do on your end?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, thank you. Yes, I can move that item. So just for clarification, you would like item number 11.1, the COVID update, to follow immediately after consent.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I will move that at this time, and that does not require a vote.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
That item has been moved. If you refresh your screen, you will now see that it is 10.1.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Thank you for that. And thank you, Ms. Ceja Martinez, for suggesting that move. Moving along to section 6, recognitions, 6.1. Ms. Ari?
Good evening, President Sandoval. There are no formal recognitions this evening.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, board members, going on to 6.2, board comments. Ms. Underhill.
I don't have any comments at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Ceja Martinez.
Just simple thank you to everybody, parents, staff, community, administration, governing board, for staying committed to responding. And so thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll certainly echo that. Thank you to everybody, all stakeholders. We are receiving your emails and your feedback, and your voice is invaluable to ensuring that we as a district make very informed decisions as we move forward. So thank you for that. Okay, that said, moving on to 6.3, superintendent comments. Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I would like to begin my very first comments as superintendent this evening by saying thank you to this governing board for bringing me here to the Peoria Unified School District. I know the board already knows this, but the team of leaders that you have assembled, from teachers, principals, support staff to the cabinet, they are second to none. These people are deeply committed to this community and passionate about student success. They have committed their lives to serving this district, and it is a privilege to work beside them and this board every day. I want you to know that I will never take it for granted, and I will work hard to continue to build the pride that this community has in both its district and in its schools. These are challenging times. As a country, we are dealing with racism in our communities. We have members of our own community who feel like their voice is not listened to. And even though I know everyone here is committed to nurturing an environment where we include everyone, we listen to each other, we foster transparency and trust, we still have work to do so that our families and our employees feel included, they feel heard, and they do have that trust in us. We are also facing a global pandemic that has impacted each of us. The governor talked today about the significant spike in COVID cases that we are seeing in Arizona. We have heard from our families who are anxious about sending their children back to school, regardless of whether it's face-to-face or online. We have parents who have reached out to tell us that they are struggling to figure out how to support their child's learning at home while they work full-time jobs. And then we have other families and other guardians and parents who are in different situations who may have lost their jobs, or they're just simply struggling with the idea of how to provide the technology and the connectivity required for their child to be successful in remote learning. We have a school staff, teachers, principals, staff members, district office, who are desperate to see our students again, but who are genuinely concerned about the safety of the students, themselves, and our entire community. We have children of all ages who just want to see their friends again. They want to sit in a classroom and see their teacher. They want to talk. They want to share. They want to feel connected. I mean, I want to stop elbow bumping my friends in place of a handshake or a hug. This is not exactly how I envisioned my first few days, weeks, and months as a superintendent. I don't know where we will be on August 17th or September 1st or throughout the first semester. I wish I did, but I do know this. If the Peoria Unified Family comes together, if we listen to each other, if we work hard, and most importantly, we care about each other, and we care about each other's safety and well-being, we will succeed. We will come out on the other end of this stronger and better prepared to meet the next challenges that we may face. So again, Ms. Ceja Martinez, Mrs. Pingarelli, Mrs. Doan, Mrs. Underhill, and President Sandoval, thank you so much for bringing me to this team, to this family. And you have my promise that I will work tirelessly for the 37,000 plus students, our 4,000 plus employees, and the entire Peoria community. I do have a couple of recognitions that I would like to mention this evening. I'd like to thank and recognize all the individuals who helped to organize our free immunization clinic at Zuni Hills yesterday. I have heard nothing but good things from the families and media coverage. I am grateful that we have another clinic scheduled next week at Peoria Elementary as we work to keep our children healthy. And I'd especially like to thank our partners at the Maricopa County Department of Public Health and our lead nurse, Miss Lisa Alexander, who helped foster this relationship. I'd also like to recognize one of our junior high science teachers from Sunset Heights, Miss Amy Lewis. She was published by the National Science Teaching Associations in collaboration with an ASU doctoral candidate. They have worked together for the past 3 years, incorporating argumentation in her classroom as a means to further science exploration and increase student achievement. Their piece offers a unique perspective in the application of the next generation science standards in our classrooms. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of those involved in that. And lastly, I have a kind of our feel-good story of the week. This week, the Centennial High School administration received an email from our very own Officer David Fernandez of the Peoria Police Department, who is the Coyote's very own school resource officer. It's obviously been a very difficult week for the department and for officers across Peoria, across the valley, across our entire state. Officer Fernandez had organized a fundraiser for the family that was held on Monday, and he ran into a woman by the name of Cassandra Jarls, the director of Phoenix Law Enforcement Officers Charity, and who happens to be a Centennial High School graduate. In Officer Fernandez's words, she could not stop raving about Centennial's teachers, especially Mr. Schmidt, Mrs. Dunham, and Mr. Vizentainer. She went on to explain to Dave that Mr. Schmidt is the reason why she loves science. Mr. Vizentainer mentored her and taught her how to handle difficult situations, and Mrs. Dunham taught her how to treat people. Let's see, love of learning, dealing with challenges, and treating people how we want to be treated. 3 pretty important skills to be successful in life, and none of which are measured on any state assessment. So, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Vizentainer, Mrs. Dunham, Officer Fernandez, and Officer Jason Judd, thank you for serving our community. Thank you for what you do for our young people. And to the family and friends of Officer Judd, the thoughts and the prayers of the Peoria Unified School District are with you. Thank you, and that ends my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds, for that. No, I think I can speak for the board, and I will allow them to comment as well. But your presence, within PUSD and part of this family has been inspiring, without question. Your values and beliefs, your compassion, and what you do every day to just enrich the lives of others is invaluable. So thank you for that. And we're absolutely going to hold you to your commitment to PUSD, its kids, its teachers and staff, without question. But what you stated around the immunization clinics and those soft skills, the social skills that our students, our youth leave our walls with, you're right. It is just another testament of the impact that the district has on the city of Peoria community. Certainly with the immunization clinics. So thank you for acknowledging that. And welcome, and absolutely, again, just very excited to have you as our superintendent here at PUSD. Board members, any other comments? Nope. Okay. Moving along to 7, public comment. Ms. Contra, I believe we have many, but from what I understand, all of the public comment that we do have is tied to our informational section item, COVID-19. Is that correct?
Yes, President Sandoval, that is correct. All comments are tied to that agenda item.
Okay, so let's go ahead and read those right before we get into that particular subject. And let's move on to section 8, which is the consent agenda. Do I have any board members who wish to pull any items from the consent agenda?
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have one request, and I think it's still the same number, 815, which is the organizational chart.
Okay.
And that is it.
I'll second that. Ms. Underhill?
I don't have anything. All my questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, me as well. So that said, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 8.15, which is the org charts.
I move to approve the consent agenda minus 8.15, the org chart.
I'll second that. Oop. We have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by Ms. Sayre Martinez. Ms. Contra, if you can walk us through a voice vote when you're ready.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mr. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mrs. Sayre Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Approval of consent agenda without item 8.15.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Let's move on to, I'll wait till that refreshes there. Perfect. Let's move on to item 9.1, Peoria Unified School District organizational chart. Ms. Sayre Martinez.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. And Dr. Reynolds, there have been some changes, so I wanted to get some insight for transparency as well as some thoughts around time frame, but where I want to spend my focus, and the first thing I'm going to start is thank you for your kind words, and I am grateful for the opportunity to work with you, but most importantly, I am proud that on your first day in a business meeting that you have acknowledged there are some racism issues we have to discuss collectively as one Peoria Unified community, as well as leadership and staff. With that being top of mind, I see an organization's chart in front of me, and I started in 2017, and Dr. Davidson has been steadfast in cultivating differences behind the scene and changing our hiring practices so that they are aligned to creating inclusive practices. But I do want to highlight some data. As a proud parent, a student, and a teacher, I want to identify some outcomes that really haven't shifted from 2017 to present day. And it has to do with the representation of our staff as it relates to representation of our diverse students. And to be direct, in 2017, when I started on the school board, 100% of the cabinet was white. When I look at our teachers, 90% of them are white. When I look at our administration, 90% of them are white, which is completely different than our student population, which is 46% students of color. So when I hear you acknowledge that we have an opportunity to continue a very uncomfortable topic for this community, I appreciate and want to acknowledge Dr. Davidson, all his efforts, as well as onboarding you so that you can continue to push and stretch us to move forward, to change those numbers so that it's reflective and helping our students move forward together. So I'll pause right there, and then I have one more comment after that. My question now that we've acknowledged the uncomfortable, there are some changes, though. If you look at last year's organization chart to this one, and one of them is that you've recognized to change and remove the deputy superintendent. Do you mind sharing what your thought process is in this new organization chart and how it's going to help your role as superintendent and move our district forward?
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Sayal Martinez, President Sandoval, and the whole board. Again, thank you for your kind words. And just to address a couple of things, you clearly from when you look at our district, there is definitely room for growth. We want the adults, we want our employees that work within our district to reflect our community. And Dr. Davidson is working hard to come up with strategies to encourage both applicants, but also and looking at our hiring practices and all of those things that you mentioned earlier. So we really appreciate you bringing that up, and it is it's something that we look at. We've done, as you can see, when it comes to gender, we've done a wonderful job, but we do have areas of growth in the when we look at ethnicity, when we look at race and those other areas. So thank you for mentioning that, and I do thank you for bringing up that the deputy position. You notice that that this fall, as I was selected to be the superintendent and vacated the deputy position, I talked with the individual board members. I talked with cabinet. And made the decision not to replace the deputy's position. We are in a time where we're very uncertain of what the future looks like when it comes to our budget. And although I very much appreciate the cabinet and our chiefs who have graciously, who have willingly taken on a lot of extra duties with the elimination of the postponing of the hiring of the deputy position. It is something that I felt like I needed to do as a leader of this district. We are in the current environment, again, uncertainty around where we will be with the M&O override. We have asked schools and departments to look at their budgets, look at their the people that they have in their departments, and being very strategic as to whether or not we must replace those positions, knowing that if we are unsuccessful in the M&O override, that we're going to be needing to take a hard look at all of our positions. And so it was very difficult for me to ask our departments and our schools to do those things without modeling that as our leader. And so giving it a lot of hard thought, a lot of dialogue with the people who are going to be picking up a lot of the slack, I made that decision, and we'll look forward to possibly again re-looking at what that looks like in the future. But for now, it was important to me, it was important to the organization to make sure to model that.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. And as we've stated time and time again, it starts with modeling those practices. Just one more follow-up question. This governing board has experienced emergencies in the past. Do you mind sharing with us who you're the primary, who's the second person in command if something were to happen to you, and if something were to happen, the second person, who's the tertiary in line?
Well, when we start talking second and third in line, my plan obviously is to not have that happen. But what I have asked Dr. Carter Davidson to be willing to work with the board just in case I was unavailable to fill that role, and work with the board while you are working on finding a hopefully a very short interim superintendent.
Thank you for that. And it's no disrespect to you, Dr. Reynolds. I want to be prepared for the unexpected, and just living in that short time experience. You've seen it unfold publicly where we had to get an interim of the interim as a result of not having those backup plans. And that was a hard lesson to learn as a governing board. So thank you for thinking through that just in case of an emergency. But I do want to emphasize, I fully support you, and I am excited, ecstatic, beyond belief to see the great things that you do within our district. And
well,
that
I appreciate you saying that, but you are absolutely right. It is absolutely critical to the organization to make sure that we have a process to be able to deal with some of those emergency situations. So again, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, Ms. San Martinez, thank you for pulling this item and those questions. Dr. Reynolds and team, I do have a question. When we take a look at not really the hierarchy, but the verticals within our organization, right? And one of the verticals that I don't see represented in here, and there may be others, but there's one that really is top of mind for me, is our social and emotional team, social and emotional learning team, right? When we talk about diversity, yes, part of it is our cultural and gender dynamics, but we also have diverse, I guess not really lifestyles, but diverse situations, amongst our students. More specifically, our homeless McKinney-Vento students, and certainly, some of our more vulnerable from a socioeconomic perspective. Where does Ms. Walters, Leonard, and I think it's Marquise, I noticed these are all chiefs and directors, but where do they fit within this org chart?
President Sandoval, so thank you for making that observation. As you can see from this organizational chart that we bring to the board, it goes down to our director level. There's, of course, other positions that fall underneath those positions. So what I have asked our cabinet to do is to come up with their own department flowcharts, their department organizational structures, so that behind this, then we'll all be able to see those positions and their responsibilities. Those, specifically to your question, those positions fall underneath Mr. Sean Duguid, who is our Chief Operations Safety and Risk Management Officer.
Okay. Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. Ms. Underhill, any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both of you and Monica for bringing up, that I think that's a valuable discussion. And as we continue our conversation, I think it's important that we also continue to develop and provide opportunities, for leadership and diversity throughout all of our positions of leadership, including principals, assistant vice principals, et cetera, in our community. So I appreciate you guys bringing that up. The other piece I wanted to bring up was as we look at, and I'm, looking at it horizontally, but we look at technology and then, academic support as we are moving into potentially a more virtual area. I'm curious about, I know technology, fits within every single area, every department, but is there some sort of plan for a lead in the area of, the virtual platform specifically, or who will take over kind of, it's probably going to be a combination, but how will, the implementation of the Florida virtual piece be put together from a leadership standpoint?
Thank you, Mrs. Underhill. I'm going to refer that question to Dr. Kendra Bell, who is our Chief Academic Support Officer. We have a variety of people who are working in that area. First of all, Andrew Mendeville, who oversees our eCampus, has been an exceptional leader in that area. But it is an entire team that's focused on that. But I'll let Dr. Bell fill in any of those blanks.
Good evening, President Sandoval, governing board members, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, and Cabinet. I'm delighted to share that we do have a very large team getting ready to support Florida Virtual. I'll go into more detail during the COVID discussion. However, while that is being led by Andrew Mendeville, Cindy Moss, and Marla Hobbs, we kind of have chosen a wraparound team with the approach of including not only all of our content teachers, our instructional coaches, Valerie and her team, and certainly CTE, Patty Beltram and Robert Panzer. It will take all of the academic services team to support what we're trying to do virtually, whether it's Florida Virtual or any other resource. So we're working very hard with that, but I would say that that core team we're trying to support Andrew and trying to pull this together. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. And I know that, having that team is going to be critical, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, board members. Dr. Reynolds and team, thank you for answering our questions. No further discussion. I need a motion to approve. I believe it's 9.1, Peoria Unified School District Organizational Structure.
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve the organizational structure as presented.
Second.
All right, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Sahar Martinez and a second by Ms. Underhill. If you can run us through a voice vote, that'd be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes, Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Ms. Sahar Martinez.
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you for that, Ms. Contra. All right, moving on to section 10, discussion items, 10.1 COVID-19 update. Before we get into this discussion, Ms. Contra, if you wouldn't mind, please reading all public comment.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes. The first public comment this evening comes from Christy Gordon. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Reynolds. I'm writing to express my concerns about reopening our schools in person. As an employee and advocate for my students, former and future, I am concerned about their safety as well as that of my colleagues and myself when we reopen in person. New data that is coming in reflects that children are not immune as previously thought. Children are being affected and affecting those that they might come in contact with. There have been reports from Texas, Oregon, Florida, and even here in Arizona of students contracting COVID-19 as well as the staff at those facilities. Another concern for in-person opening of schools is our ventilation. Most buildings use recycled air for AC, meaning the air from one room in a building will be sent through to other rooms as well, unless the district is using higher quality filters and is properly cleaning and replacing them. Pathogens may pass throughout the building. It has been recommended that teachers use air purifiers to help clean the air, but I hardly expect a teacher to be asked to spend roughly $100 to $200 or more depending on room size for this. Additionally, I have concerns about shared bathrooms. Various experts have warned that flushing toilets disperses large fecal blooms as high as 3 feet in the air, which carry with them not only fecal matter, but may also include recently shed coronavirus from the infected individual. This aerosol can linger in the air for some time to be breathed by other occupants of the bathroom or come to settle on hard surfaces such as faucets and handles. In a multi-person bathroom, this can extend across multiple stalls, and in a single occupant bathroom, it is more confined. No case yet has surfaced of this happening with COVID-19, but there is an infamous incident from the original SARS outbreak in which a sick man spread SARS through his entire apartment complex through the use of his bathroom while infected. These same experts recommend thorough frequent cleaning and proper exhausting of air to the outside. I also ask that you take into consideration the work being put in by teachers. We will be preparing for Florida online for the beginning of school, but then after 8/17, we are unsure and cannot plan. Please consider going online for at least the first school quarter and, if not, semester. I can already imagine the nightmare of scheduling if parents aren't even given the option to sign up for online or in person until after we've already begun our online classes. Moving students and teachers around is going to be a logistical nightmare. We need to look at all of the factors that we would be exposing our students and staff to if asked to return in person, even if the governor says it's okay. Opening schools will expose many students and staff, even if not everyone opts to return in person. With our building resources, I anticipate that it would not be long before we would have to close a school due to an outbreak. Thank you, Christy Gordon. Next public comment is from Jocelyn Thomas. How does the district plan on providing special education services outlined within IEPs to preschool students? In the FAQ, the reason for not providing virtual preschool was our current online platform does not have curriculum that supports students in preschool. Please consider finding a virtual platform for this age group so special education services can continue. Thank you for your consideration. David Setzkorn. On July 1st, the board presented its back to school plan, and as a parent, I have concerns that I do not feel the district has addressed. Per the plan, students are expected to be online for certain amounts of time each day. I have a student who attends Centennial High School, and per your plan, he is expected to be online for 7.5 hours per day. Currently, Centennial holds 4 90-minute block classes per day, which equals 6 hours of in-person instruction. How does the district justify adding an extra 1.5 hours per day? In addition, you are requiring second graders to be online for 4.5 hours and fifth graders to be online for 5.5 hours. Is the district's expectation that students are online for a continuous live amount of time each day? That creates a significant strain on parents with multiple students and who are still required to work from home due to the COVID. In addition, how does the district intend to integrate classes at Westmont for students who do not have full-time classes at the high schools, i.e. 2 classes at the high school and 2 classes at Westmont? While I understand that the district cannot respond to this comment during the board meeting, the district does owe an explanation as to why they are extending online class hours and what happens to students who are unable to meet the required number of hours per day or finish their work early and don't need to be in class for the required amount of time. Parents can't make a decision on which program, online or in person, is best for our kids by July 20th if the district won't put out all of the information required to make such a decision, or if it releases the information just days before a decision is expected by parents later this month. Corinne Yee. Hello, board members. Thank you once again for all of the difficult work you are doing trying to meet our students' needs during this difficult time. I have read the back to school information posted on the website, and I have several questions for the board as the answers will help our family make the best decision for our children in PUSD schools. One, I am very confused about the presentation on virtual high school classes. High school students currently are enrolled for 4 90-minute courses which switch mid-year, and that is the format Marla Hobbs used for her sample day for Michael at the July 1 board meeting. However, the sample schedule you showed from in that meeting slides and in your online document shows 5 90-minute courses for high school students, and it looks like they will earn 10 total credits for the year rather than normal 8 credits for the year. Which schedule is correct? If they are taking 5 classes rather than their usual 4, why is that? Or is this supposed to represent a non-block schedule, which is normally 6 60-minute classes? But since this is 5 classes, they will get 5 credits for the school year rather than their normal 8 credits. 2, the sample schedule slide and in the online document shows no breaks for students for lunch or anything else. How will needed breaks work? 3, with the virtual option, how will it pull out for special ed and other IEP required services such as speech and OT work? Will students need to have additional class time for these things? 4, I may have missed it, but on June 25th, there was a mention that gifted students would be supported with the online option, but I have not yet heard any details as to what this will look like. When can we expect to get some information on that? 5, if we choose the in-school option, but county mask requirements are lifted before we are okay with our kids being in school with unmasked people because we are a high-risk family, will we be able to move on to online education? Will there be recourse to report problems in the unfortunate event that we learn from our children that safety precautions are not being followed or reinforced by school personnel? Anyone who has watched children at recess will know that physical distancing is going to be a problem, and the county mask mandate says people walking or exercising outdoors while maintaining 6 feet of distance. Given that the children will be unlikely keeping 6 feet apart, will masks be required at recess? 6, several times in the document, I see the word routinely or frequently used in reference to cleaning things such as high-touch surfaces in offices, etc. What does this mean? Once per day, once per hour? There could be a huge difference between one person's definition and another person's, and I think this needs to be defined. Monique Winfield. Good evening. My name is Monique Winfield, and my son is a student in the Peoria Unified School District. I'm writing today to encourage the board to truly keep student and teacher health at the forefront of all decisions regarding returning to school this fall. I have been watching the board meetings closely all summer and have been horrified at some of the public comments that are urging the immediate return to full-time in-person class and suggesting that students return without a mask mandate, claiming that young children are at moderate risk for severe illness. While data continues to evolve about the impact of COVID on children, I'd like to remind the community that the wonderful teachers, principals, aides, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and nurses that we trust our kids with every day are at risk. We were all reminded this past spring how incredibly important our schools are to the community, and we owe it to our kids and teachers to keep them safe. Our family has sacrificed vacations, birthday parties, 4th of July family gatherings, visiting grandparents all summer. So I assure you, much like everyone in the community, we want things to go back to business as usual. But we must remember that we are living through a pandemic in a state with the worst per capita infection rate in the entire country. We must err on the side of extreme caution and bear a burden of the short-term safety measures of online hybrid learning or run the risk and regret of needlessly losing more members of our community. We are seeing in real time the damage that premature opening does to a city, county, and state. I implore you not to make the same mistake for our district. Marissa Gillerin. My name is Marissa Gillerin, and my 2 children are students at Coyote Hills Elementary. I appreciate all the hard work that is being done to ensure that our kids are going back to school in the safest way possible, and I fully support the board as being conservative as possible with all decisions related to student and teacher health. My kids want to go back to class and see their teachers and friends. I want my kids to be in school, but sometimes in life, what we want and what is necessary are not always the same thing. Arizona is in a far worse place than it was in the spring in terms of hospitalizations, death rates, and community spread. And it seems absurd to me that we are rushing our school personnel and our students back to an environment that we know is dangerous. Nationally, we have seen the threat of COVID release white-collar criminals from jail and the daily testing of nationally elected officials to ensure their safety. Don't our kids and teachers deserve at least that much consideration? Extending online learning until it is safe to return is the most logical decision, and to that end, I know that teachers were rushed to online platforms with little time or resources to prepare. But I trust and hope that we can see more interactive online instruction as we move into the fall. I appreciate your consideration this evening and want you to know that there are plenty of people in the community that support your decisions, even if they are not economically or politically expedient. Kristen Couture. Besides the wearing of masks, please give specific details about how lunches, recess, and hallway interaction will be handled safely for proper social distancing in the elementary and high school level. And please consider full online instruction for the first full quarter or semester of the 2020-2021 school year and reassess after seeing that Arizona is a hot spot for COVID. Shanna Conroy. I would like to answers to the following questions. Will children have to wear masks? How will social distancing be implemented? Will the children have recess? What will lunch look like? Will there be actual online instruction with a teacher? And if not, what will the teacher-student interaction look like? What will online instruction be congruent with the school and school district? What will the cleaning process look like? Are computers going to be provided to each student before the start of school on August 5th? Will the online platform work with Mac computers and iPads? My child suffers from asthma. If I choose right now for my child to do school in person, I would like the option to change to online should the need arise. Will that be an option? I would like to know the answers to these questions prior to making a solid decision on whether to do online or in person, especially if we have to decide which one by July 17th without an option to change from one to the other. Lisa Washburn. If we are able to address the lessons of Florida Virtual, the current platforms of Teams and Flipgrid are not the best options for delivering lessons, especially for our younger students. Can we get permission to use a better platform for interactive teaching, such as Google Classroom or Zoom, as most districts are using? And can we be trained on these platforms and differentiate these trainings based on what level we teach? Pardon me. Ms. Melissa Grimscheid. President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, my name is Melissa Grimscheid, and I am a community member living in the Liberty and Sunrise Mountain area. I ask that you thoughtfully consider the impact of opening campuses to in-person instruction on the health of the community. Liberty High School, for example, has an enrollment of approximately 2,500 students. Should even half of these students decide to attend virtually, that still leaves over 1,200 students in attendance at Liberty each day. This means the potential for members of up to 1,200 households being exposed by pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic students or staff members. 1,200 families within our community could be unwillingly exposed to a virus that does not discriminate between the young and the old, the sick or the healthy. Imagine the impact on the school community when the students lose family members to this virus because they went to school. I implore you to make decisions based on public health and act to protect the community that elected you. Make the choice to keep instruction online until such time that public health data indicates school campuses will not become centers of viral outbreak. Lysandra Olivo Ramirez. Do all parents have to register their children by the 17th on the online learning website, Florida Virtual? What is the plan if a student tests positive for COVID and has been in class for in-person learning? How will the school help the student if their parent is disabled and has to learn from home? Parent cannot help with homework. Ronnie Kaufman. Dear Dr. Reynolds, school board members, administrators, my name is Ronnie Kaufman. I have been an employee of PUSD for 24 years. I am about to begin my 25th and possibly final year in PUSD. I teach some of the most affected students in the district. I've been a self-contained special ed teacher the entire 24 years. I have taught at Desert Valley, Saguaro Ranch, Skyview, Zuni Hills, and presently at Ironwood in the Arise program for the ASD and ID population. I will proudly say that I am an excellent teacher. I love working with my students and their families. My goal for them is to help make them the happiest, most independent adults that they can be. I put a lot of effort into creating and maintaining excellent relationships with my students and their families, as I know if they trust me, everyone does better. They rely on me to tell them the truth, and they will rely on me and me alone to keep their students safe and healthy at school. I do not believe that I can promise my parents that I can keep their children and my students safe and healthy. This is heartbreaking and terrifying for me. Over the years, I have been bitten, spit on, hit with furniture, attacked, slapped, punched, peed, and pooped on, vomited on my face, just to name a few, and not including the regular use of profanity against me. I have potty trained many and even bowel trained a 14-year-old. Why am I listing these behaviors? I don't think that many people realize that special ed teachers deal with such extreme behaviors in school. Many of these behaviors pose a greater challenge to handling our health during this health crisis. Our numbers continue to go up with no signs of slowing down. CDC guidelines state that openings should happen after 14 consecutive days of numbers going down. We are very far from that. Please survey the staff to see how we feel. As an example, the Dallas superintendent surveyed his community a second time to find out that the desire of parents for full-time virtual learning went from 20 to 50% in 4 weeks. Will you please survey staff and families again so that we can have the most current information? Professional athletes have been tested every week and more cases turn up every day, even though they have been mostly isolated, have the best health care and nutrition, and have the adequate staff to contact trace. We are not in that position and we have no testing. To specifically address special ed, the students have a lot of risk factors due to their disabilities. What about students that drool excessively? That puts staff and students at risk. What about the autistic students that cannot or will not wear a mask? What about the autistic students that will not allow staff to wear masks and or face shields? Some might even physically pull them off because they are too upset and do not understand. They deserve and need school, but we are not set up to provide the safety that this pandemic requires on our campuses. What will social distancing and physical distancing look like? The CDC says a minimum of 6 feet. I have 10 students in my class, and I would not be able to accomplish this. Will there be partitions in classrooms? How will passing between classes be handled? Bathrooms, cafeteria. Physical distancing is very difficult to monitor between classes, during lunch, and on the bus. It would take self-regulation and self-discipline by the students themselves. Will all staff be given all of the PPE that we will need on a daily basis to remain safe? This includes a continual supply of masks, face shields, cleaning supplies. Some staff might need full PPE depending upon the students they teach. New filtration systems so air isn't traveling from room to room, additional disinfection, more nurses and social workers, which will cost all more per student than we are currently funded for. Tressa Rappold. Dear Governing Board members, Dr. Reynolds, administrators, colleagues, students, and families, I am a high school teacher and a PUSD parent of 2 high schoolers. One of the best things about our PUSD high schools is the quality and quantity of electives that we offer. Our students can choose from so many wonderful courses to tailor their high school experience in a way that is meaningful for them. COVID is forcing us to adopt a dual pathway, with some families choosing long-term virtual learning and some choosing eventual brick and mortar learning. Our electives are going to be facing a challenge, especially the smaller ones and the singleton ones, meaning that there is only one teacher on a given campus for that subject. I ask that we remain as flexible as possible as we seek to uphold all of our elective course offerings for all of our students, regardless of the pathways their families choose. Flexibility and creativity will be key to maintaining our electives. That may mean offering courses, whether or not they are available on our existing online platforms, such as Florida Virtual, Edgenuity, and eCampus. That may mean allowing teachers to teach some sections online and some in person. Please allow maximum flexibility and out-of-the-box thinking as we work toward preserving our programs and realms like world language, the arts, and CTE that bring such life and richness to the PUSD high school experience. Daniela Lovato. Members of the governing board, my name is Daniela Lovato, and I'm a teacher in the district. I'm also a parent to 2 children who attend school in our district, and I am very concerned about sending them back. The number of COVID-19 cases are continuing to rise, and I do not see how they will decline enough in order to safely send our kids back to school on August 17th. I understand that this date is fluid depending on many factors, but today I am asking that the board make it mandatory for all staff and children to wear masks when we are able to start in-person learning. I understand that Maricopa County has made it mandatory, but I feel like our district needs to make a statement saying that masks must be worn in school. If teachers have to teach in person in the middle of a global pandemic, I feel the least the board can do is require masks to try and slow the spread. Thank you for your time. And the final public comment from Trina Berg. Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board, and happy first official board meeting, Superintendent Reynolds. My name is Trina Berg, President of the Peoria Education Association. I'm asking you tonight to make a decision that shows you first value safety of your staff, students, and the community by officially saying we will be learning virtually for the first quarter. At this time, the COVID rates are still too high to say that it's safe in the classroom. If we want to prevent a likely shutdown of one or more of the campuses after reopening, then we need to give Arizona time to reduce positive cases, and October will hopefully be a better time to reevaluate a full return to school. All of us want to be back in the classroom. We know that's what's best for kids, but we need to do this safely. Giving your educators and community the knowledge that we will be virtual for that specific time period may help reduce a lot of stress caused by the unknown. On a positive note, I want to commend and thank the district for allowing teachers the flexibility to teach our classes virtually from whatever location best meets our unique needs, either in our classroom or from home. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. And that is the end of public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you for that, Ms. Contra. Dr. Reynolds and team, I know we, after we get through our public comments, we absolutely make sure that we are responding to each and every one of these individuals. But these are very, very insightful, very good comments, questions with solid rationale, right? So, I would assume that notes are being taken, and and how we ensure that some of the questions that maybe we haven't been thinking of, are considered and responded to the individual that's asking them, and even as appropriate, placing some of these questions and comments on our FAQs page. So that said, I want to thank each and every individual for using this line item for what it's there for, to express your comments and your questions, and continue to add another lens and voice to the district and how we move forward with many dynamics in this industry called education. So thank you for that. That said, we'll move on to the actual line item in this category, COVID-19 updates. Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you for that, President Sandoval. We have Dr. Kendra Bell here this evening to share with you the work that our team has been doing around what the teaching and learning environment is going to look like.
Thank you. Good evening again, President Sandoval, governing board members, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds and Cabinet, and community members. There were some comments that I hope I can provide some answers to, but we'll be glad to pick those up and have my team address them as needed. I wanted to start with an update based upon the last huge action taken by the governing board, which is the approval of Florida Virtual, a K-12 online option with robust curriculum, lessons, etc., and the ability for teachers to add to when necessary. So I'm going to kind of outline, I think, what we're going to be doing over the month of July and where we are to date in terms of working with our staff, with the task force, with teachers, as well as parents. So our purchase order for Florida Virtual went out on July 1. The job application process was posted immediately after that so that we could get an understanding of how many teachers were interested in teaching full-time online, at least for the first semester of school. We currently have a little over 135 applications for full-time virtual teachers in our system. We are going to move forward in asking parents to attend, and Danielle will talk about this, a live parent session for elementary and high school to get answers and better understand what that full-time semester Florida Virtual program will look like. We'll be offering that next week. This week, we've also had several conversations about the alignment of the PUSD courses to Florida Virtual eCampus and the Edgenuity program, which we predominantly use for credit recovery. The individual that commented and complimented us about our PUSD elective program was really spot on. We know that our CTE programs, our arts courses, and even our WestMech opportunities for the CTE are not going to be included in any single platform. Therefore, those teams led by Rob Panzer, Patty Beltram, are working with our curriculum teams and their own teacher teams in those content to more fully vet those classes. Cindy Moss and team began to crosswalk all of those platforms against our PUSC courses, and we know exactly which electives don't have a matching online prepared course at this time. These teams are working to solve that problem, to keep our singleton electives in place as much as possible, and to be as flexible as possible should we need to use those singleton teachers to teach both in person and online. Just today at the high school roundtable discussion, a French teacher began sharing her courses of teaching French 4 and French 5. That was a clear example of that one singleton teacher teaching high-level French courses, and those are singleton at that particular site and uncommon in other schools. So the enrollment process that parents and students will participate in to fully vet or to fully look at those courses in a full-time online environment is critical. First off, next week, we'll have to be able to share with parents and kids what courses will be offered in that full-time environment, and then look at the student enrollment for that full-time environment to restructure our courses, shift teachers as needed at the school sites. We did not want to entirely disrupt the master schedule of enrolled students who are currently signed up for all of those core classes and the electives. So in deciding to have people register, and the only people who need to do so are the people who are electing the full-time semester option, we would be able to get a better number, conduct intake conferences with our high school counselors particularly to determine what courses are going to best meet that student's needs and how we can give them a positive elective experience. West MEC has just submitted a plan to us that's very similar to PUSD's approach, meaning they have an in-person plan when it's safe to return to school, an online plan when it is not, and obviously a hybrid plan in case we're able to move students in a flexible manner between our CTE programming in our schools and West MEC itself. In the roundtable discussion, we also talked with teachers who are interested in adding additional e-campus courses this year, making sure that we were clear about timelines of communication to teachers about courses that we would be offering. And we talked about the first 8 days of instruction when we do return to teach virtually. The first 3 days are half days, and then the next week will be a full solid week. Our plan for the first 8 days is to initiate a lot of activities and conversations to build relationships among students in classrooms and among teachers and students. We have a team that Dale Schuff is working with to begin creating activities, lesson plans, etc., in order for us to do a better job of connecting with kids and families and getting their feet on the ground prior to us starting rigorous academic courseware within the system or within the regular virtual environment if the students do not enroll in the full-time semester option. Next week, we will also be participating in the Train the Trainer model. That's that wraparound team that we have put together so that they would be able to train in these virtual platforms, whether those are teacher content experts, instructional coaches, Valerie's tech trainers, and teachers interested in supporting those efforts and providing training in Florida Virtual or in other technological options that we need in order to give that robust experience to kids. In addition to that, we are looking at the minutes that we published, as well as a schedule that could be used for virtual teaching, regardless of the choice the students make. The current minutes reflect standards and expectations associated with minutes in a virtual or AOI school. It does include additional minutes for work that's not considered all online. So the times that have been published include some live lessons, online instruction, and additional tasks that a student must do offline, such as reading books, writing papers, conducting hands-on math assignments, etc. Despite that, we will be reviewing the minutes with the teacher team next week. We do know that ADE has published a couple of different minutes calendars. One of those minutes options was delivered last spring as we were all trying to quickly get into virtual learning and finish out the school year. Those minutes are very minimal, and we're going to need to communicate minutes that make sense to teachers, that make sense to parents and students, and that also matches a rigorous programming with some structure so that we can do a better job of meeting those academic needs of kids within a virtual setting. Please know that Ms. Holly Harper has started a committee associated with the task force specific to special education needs. She is identifying needs associated with specific student groups, virtual solutions to problems, and identifying challenges that we will need to problem solve so that we can best meet the needs of all students, including some of our most medically fragile students during this time period. The hiring of virtual teachers will be started after students enroll in the full-time option. We don't know at this time whether we'll need 500 full-time teachers or what number of students we will need. We don't know if we'll have 500 students enroll for that option or 7,000. So we are prepared to conduct interviews with the help of our administrative team and various groups of staff directly during the week of July 20th to July 24th. HR is helping to lead that particular effort. Those positions will also be based upon intake sessions for high school course selections, again, so we can meet that high school students' needs associated with core and elective credits. Administrative training in Florida Virtual will occur. We will be setting up students and domains within the system based upon their requested courses in the master schedule and based upon students enrolled in the full-time semester option. We will be reviewing that high school master schedule and courses in hopes of maintaining as much flexibility as possible so that we can continue to offer all of those courses as much as possible if we can get them staffed, even those singleton courses. Professional development calendar is being developed. We will be conducting virtual professional development for our teachers. Those will begin when teachers return on July 29th. They are typically in 2-hour modules, and they'll be offered throughout the days that teachers come back. So there's flexibility and teacher choice depending on what platforms they'll be using. Again, not one platform will meet every student and teacher's needs. So we will be identifying that and preparing professional development sessions to meet that need. On a final note, while we are not prepared at this time to open schools for students, we are beginning next week to open our K-8 and high school, although the high school have been in session and taking enrollment in a 12-month period. Our K-8 school offices will begin opening next Wednesday. We are asking that parents who need to complete the enrollment process and bring paperwork to the schools schedule an appointment with the school staff on Wednesday. Our staff members who will be reporting to work will be contacting parents to remind them of the paperwork needed to complete the enrollment process. We will be wearing masks during that time period and certainly enforcing social distancing as much as possible. Principals will be evaluating the office space, including the lobby, seating, etc., so that we can do a good job as parents enter and complete the enrollment process. The enrollment process is critical so that we can look at our entire course offerings, whether virtual or online via another capacity for all of our kids K-12. I'm going to stop there for the update, and I'm going to turn it over briefly to Danielle, who would like to make some comments about some of the community activities associated with our COVID-19 report.
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Bell, and good evening to you, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, and to our cabinet and guests joining us virtually for this update tonight. There is just so much information to share with parents, and our team in the Public Relations and Communications Department is working really night and day as we go through and respond to parents, as we monitor social media, and of course, as we take, most importantly, this really dynamic and complex plan and try to format it and organize it and share it in a way that makes the most sense for our staff and parents. I want to thank our team for the countless hours that they have put into working on this day in and day out. It's important to know that our team really does bring a diverse array of perspectives, different backgrounds, and of course, a number of us are parents as well. And looking through that parent lens has been extremely important as we identify what are the key aspects that are on the hearts and minds of our community. You heard Dr. Bell mention this choice concept, and of course, we rolled all of that out to you on July 1st during that study session, and talked a little bit about once the governor does share that it is safe for us to return to school, giving that choice to parents being extremely important. And that's through the My School, My Way plan. And we went into a great deal about that July 1st. I would encourage any of our parents or community members who are joining us this evening or listening to the playback, if they hadn't had an opportunity yet to listen to our July 1st study session, it really does lay a great foundation for where we were coming from and making a lot of these decisions that went into our plans. What our parents and community can expect next is much more detail specific to that virtual instruction model that you heard Dr. Bell share more details about. We do have some parent information sessions that are taking place next week. They are live sessions. We will be conducting both a virtual demonstration of this Florida virtual model and also kind of be talking through a little bit more specifically what parents can expect if they choose that virtual instruction model for the semester. Now, it's important to note that if you can't catch those live, we will make them available for playback. So parents will be able to go through at any time and play back and listen to that. We will have them on Tuesday, July 14th at 5 o'clock, and that will be a parent information session focused on our elementary school models and what that will look like for elementary school students. And then on Wednesday, July 15th at 8:30 a.m., we will host that parent session talking a little bit more about high school and the high school experience, knowing that those are, there's a difference there for the varying age levels of our students. We'll send all of that information out to our parents and make that available to them. Links, all of that will be on our website. Want to remind our community as well, the official source for all of the information related to our plan is always peoriaunified.com/return to school. We know social media is really just an incredible tool to connect with our families and to share information. Sometimes we know that there can be discussions happening and, rumors and things can kind of kick up on social media. When in doubt, we just always want to remind everyone the official information on a decision that is made or that we're considering is always going to be first and foremost on our website and also emailed out to our community as well, those really important updates. So parents can be on the lookout for additional information coming their way early next week. That will include the ask that once we get into a position where it's safe for us to reopen, if our parents already know right now what they would like for their child for the remainder of the semester, if they've already made that decision that they know they want their child to continue virtually through the rest of the semester, we're asking them to make that choice or to indicate their interest in staying as a virtual student. Again, that will just help us with all of our planning as we do all of the staffing for the upcoming semester and all those courses that you heard Dr. Bell talk about. So we'll have a number of tools and resources to communicate that we'll share early next week, some videos and some additional supporting documentation that parents can read through. If they're wanting just a snapshot or overview, we'll have that available to them. And if they're wanting some really in-depth information, we'll have that as well for them. So I wanted to make sure that they noted that is coming their way early next week with the opportunity to opt in. Next, if I could, I want to just mention a couple of the things related to the emails we're getting back from parents. First, I want to thank them so much for their questions, for sharing all of their different ideas with us. We really do read every single email. We respond to each one of them, and we take their questions as a way to make us better. It helps us to inform that frequently asked questions section that you already see up on our website. And I'm noting that I mentioned our website incorrectly when I shared it. It's peoriaunified.org/return to school. But want to make sure that our parents know we really do use the questions that they send us to build out that section of our website to help make sure that we're responsive and answering the questions that are top of mind for all of them. So we'll have even more frequently asked questions added into that section on Monday. Right now, just to give you a little bit of a pulse from our community and what we're hearing through social media and through the emails that are coming in, many of the questions are really centered around a few common themes. First is related to technology. So our parents are wanting to know, are we providing laptops to our students? What if we're struggling with connectivity? Those questions are things that we're certainly exploring, and we know we will have processes in place to get devices into the hands of our families and into the hands of our students when there is a need. And connectivity is really a big part of what many of our families are wrestling with. And so I know we will be providing some resources to our community specifically addressing connectivity needs or some places that might be able to support those that have a need in that area. We're also getting quite a few questions related to childcare. And you heard Dr. Reynolds, mention that it's really what's on the hearts and minds, I think, of pretty much every parent across the U.S. right now as they're wrestling with what is the school year going to look like, and how am I going to best support my child while also maintaining my work, whether that's leaving the home to go to work or even working from home, and kind of competing with the internet and the bandwidth opportunities that they have at their home. And so we are looking into what resources can also support our families with some type of a childcare model. We're really not there yet with a model to present, but we're exploring. Is that viable? What might that look like if we're able to offer some type of services to meet that need for our families? So we expect to have more to share with you about that in a future update, but we're really exploring all options there as it relates to childcare. So we want our families to know that those sessions are going to be available for them next week. We are also planning, as part of our communication, some optional live sessions for teachers that we think will be valuable as well before, of course, their return date starts. And they're kind of wanting a head start or an inside look and an opportunity to have some Q&A. We'll have some sessions there to support our staff members as well. And then finally, I'll conclude with, we're asking them to opt in for what the experience might be like after we start this virtual model that we're all starting with on August 5th. So we're asking them to kind of think beyond that, and once schools are able to reopen, what might their choice be? But after we ask them to do that opt-in process, we're going to be really focusing on what do those first 8 days look like? And what can they expect as far as their child's involvement and engagement with their teacher? What might that schedule look like? How will they be supported socially and emotionally? So we'll be sure to get out information to our families on what they can expect in those first 8 days of school. And certainly, if it does need to be beyond that, we'll have a plan in place to support that as well. A lot of information also for our administrators. So we recognize that right now our community is hearing an awful lot from our district, but of course it's because our administrators are really prepping, preparing, implementing, and planning for all the aspects that you heard in the July 1st presentation. And they'll be sharing some more information with their communities right from the principal, right from the leadership there at the school really soon as well. That's my update from the communication perspective. I will go ahead and turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, as I know Ms. Myers has an update to share with you all as well.
Well, thank you.
President Sandoval.
Hey,
Ms. Myers, sorry for interrupting. President Sandoval.
Yes, Ms. Sarah Martinez. Yeah, I was actually going to pause, but go ahead.
I was going to ask if it's a lot of information from two big presentations. Can we pause and address both or one topic at least? That's an option.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. It's actually what I was going to do as well. If we can, Dr. Reynolds, what I think would be appropriate and I think helpful for those listening as well is if we can pause before we get into the financial considerations and go through some Q&A discussion around the two sections that Dr. Bell and Ms. Ari just presented. Does that work for you and team?
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, perfect. Very good. That said, we'll go down the line as we typically do. First off, Dr. Bell, Ms. Ari, thank you both for your time and again for your very comprehensive report out. Let's go through some discussion and questions. Ms. Underhill?
Yes, well, thank you very much, both of you, for the updates. And I know you're working around the clock to try to, figure this out as we're building it. I do have some questions around the online learning. Some of them that we were going to come back to after our study session. So I'm just going to start there. I do have one question. Is there going to be any sort of update around the in-school protocol around health and that kind of stuff? Because I just want to make sure I ask my questions at the appropriate time.
We can provide an update for you and our community on those health questions. We do have many of those answers in the FAQs that we already have posted. Most of those are related to when it's safe for students to return to school.
Okay, great. I'll fit them in somewhere. So I'm just going to kind of launch into the online questions. So one of the questions that we had during the study session was, if students do, well, regardless, since they're all going to be part of the virtual platform at the beginning, are they going to be enrolled with their home school?
Students will be co-enrolled from what we can figure out at this time. Our plan is for co-enrollment, so the student would still be attached to the school, but really be enrolled in a virtual school as well.
Okay. And then another question I have is around teacher assignments, and I had asked this previously too, but has there been any discussion around if a teacher decides to go with the online, should they be concerned about having their spot back at that same school, or are we not able to kind of figure that out yet?
Well, if teachers are wanting to teach full time, they would be actually, by our governing board policy and practices, a voluntary transfer to a virtual teaching assignment. If the assignment doesn't continue to make, if you will, if students at the end of the semester want to return and the teacher's no longer needed in that virtual setting, the teacher would meet with human resources, discuss the available options, and certainly if there are options available at their original school, that could be an option for those teachers. We would work very hard to make those kinds of decisions with the teacher.
Okay, great.
Hey, Corey.
Uh-huh.
Corey, I apologize. Dr. Davidson, you had your hand up. I believe you wanted to chime in on that question as well.
President Sandoval and members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, thank you. And Dr. Bell, you did a great job answering that question. And Ms. Underhill and board, I just want to kind of put this out there that we've been working with many employees this week and also alongside their supervisors. And I know that is a concern of our staff as they look at these online virtual positions. Just note, Ms. Vesley and I from Human Resources will do our best and our darndest to ensure that those employees return to their home sites and even in their home positions if possible. Dr. Bell talked about how it will all be based really on student needs and the enrollment back at that particular campus. But I know many of the educators that are putting in for those virtual spots have a great love of their individual campuses, and we want to honor the time that they've spent at those campuses as well. So just wanted to add a few extra words to that response. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Dr. Carter, Dr. Davidson. Okay, the next question I have is around, so we talked a little bit, and the question was addressed in public comment several times about the hour requirements for students. And I understand that that is being addressed, and that the way that those are presented, some of those hours actually include sort of, like homework time or whatever that might be, and that we're continuing to work on that. The question I have around that is, I've been, getting feedback from parents of all different ages saying, I work and I won't be able to work with my student during the day. So will students be able to kind of do school on their time if it's not feasible for their parent to be, sitting with them and working with them during the day?
The beauty about online learning is that it does offer flexibility and time for students to work through lessons, activities, etc. We do, however, expect teachers to be working with students in live lessons, whether that's whole group or small group. The other issue that came up through our principals that we will intend and we are talking about and trying to address is printed materials for students. We would prefer all students had access, obviously, to this robust virtual curriculum. But we do know that we do need to look at some print materials for students, such as take-home books, consumable math books, etc.
Okay, great. And so for those in-class or in-person lessons, are the teachers able to record those, like you can record a Zoom meeting so they can be played later?
We can, and they'll be receiving some training on that when they return.
Okay, that's fantastic. Another question I had around that was, so at the high school level, students are already signed up for various things, and I heard a lot of discussion around flexibility with electives, and it sounds like we're really handling that. One of the questions was from a parent whose, student is trying to take some higher level courses, et cetera, and is wondering if the course that student is trying to take or access is not actually available online. Can the student take certain classes online and then go in for certain classes, or or they just have to choose one way or the other if they in fact opt in?
Well, keep in mind that we have the Florida Virtual with a set or established curriculum. We do have some e-campus courses that are written by our staff that could be options. There are some Edgenuity courses that are available, but then there are still those PUSD courses that aren't reflected in any of those virtual platforms. Those are the ones that we'll need to work with our teachers in terms of delivering that curriculum and content through synergy. And we'll be working with the leadership of those teachers, like the Rob Panzer in the arts, the Patty Beltram for CTE. We know we have work to do for IB courses. So we have to come up with a different approach and solution for delivery of those courses.
That's great. No, that's very helpful. And that is a lot of choice. So I definitely appreciate your efforts in that area for sure. A couple other questions have kind of come up around, there's an option for in-person lessons, et cetera, but will there be any sort of requirement for some of these live sessions and interactive sessions with students?
We want students to participate at a higher rate than when they participated last spring. We are trying to wrap our arms around how do we make sure that we have enough supports in place so that kids feel comfortable doing that, even if they're needing to work independently at home. That's why that balance of maybe some print materials, particularly for younger students or students who are not going to be accessing online learning, will need to come up with a plan for those students. Some districts are utilizing what's called learning coaches to provide support for teachers and students to really encourage kids and follow up with kids who are falling behind or not participating. That piece is also a part of our planning. We believe that we can assign some of that support to possibly even some of our classified staff to make sure that we're connecting with families and helping kids be successful in a virtual environment.
That's great. I think also the question was around requirements for staff. So will there be some type of requirement for staff to make an effort to do sort of some of those live lessons, et cetera?
That is correct. Our training requires teachers to conduct live lessons 3 to 5 times during a school week. Those can be whole group, small group, etc. But it'll take time to build our capacity to do that. But certainly our training includes that.
Great. Another kind of grouping of questions I've been getting are from, the teachers that are teaching our very youngest students. And I appreciate very much Mrs. Aries, addressing the childcare situation, because obviously that is going to be a huge, piece of this whole puzzle. But I'm curious about what efforts are we making to ensure that our preschool and our kindergarten teachers and our primary grades feel comfortable, and that parents feel comfortable in this environment, because I'm feeling like they're quite unsure at this time about how that's going to work for them.
Well, just teaching an incoming kindergartner how to access a virtual environment is going to take some time and be a challenge, certainly, in some cases, for parents and our teachers. So we're really making some decision those first 8 days to help all of those kids, even our very youngest kids, kind of get their feet on the ground and figure out what we're doing. Some of those first 8 days could include story time. Ms. Hobbs and I have talked about take-home books, some things that re-engage kids and enter slowly or a little more slowly and practice those getting online and onto a computer with hopefully minimal frustration and some level of success. So starting slow, lots of support, and then build capacity over time.
That's great. And I know that we have received, funding from like First Things First for some of our family resources and that kind of thing to provide, resources to those youngest learners. Will we be able to continue to provide any support through the family resource centers?
I'll need to touch base on that question with Dr. Pischke. I know that she is working on that preschool plan, and I'll make a note of that.
Great, thank you for that. I'm going to the opposite end again here, but you had briefly mentioned, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to take it all in, but it's like a fire hose. I can only imagine how you guys feel. But you had briefly touched on how high school counselors would work with students virtually to kind of adjust and set up their schedules. Can you just talk a little bit more about how that will work?
Well, that's typically, we do have a guidance secretary, guidance counselor secretary on duty, but it is the job essentially for our high school guidance counselors to work with students to establish that schedule of courses. And so we are looking at the idea of bringing them in a few days, 2 days earlier, I believe, and helping us begin that process as soon as possible after we know students' enroll. If we see enrollment very quickly in that online environment, Chris Lopez and I will be talking about who do we need to help us with this heavy lift of readjusting student schedules based upon their choice.
Sure, and I know that's no easy task under normal times, so
Exactly.
The last question I have on the virtual learning piece is that I've gotten some questions from teachers who are, as a lot of teachers are, anxious to make sure that they are prepared. And they're wanting to know if there's any possibility of earlier access to the Florida virtual platform so that they can start looking at it and seeing how it aligns to Arizona state standards, and then so that they can be sure that they can prepare materials that may go along with their specific course, like if it's Arizona government or whatever it might be.
We have some demo options out there, but obviously with a district our size, that's going to be a challenge. The company tells us that the first step of actually setting our kids up within the domain and in the courses is essential. So we are starting that process with the company on Monday, and we will move forward as soon as we feasibly can to put this in the hands of teachers.
Okay, that's great. And the same for parents. And I understand that you'll be addressing, some of what the curriculum will look like more fully next week in those virtual meetings. So, all right, great. Thank you so much. I'll yield to my fellow board members.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Underhill, for those great questions. And Dr. Bell, thank you for your responses. Ms. Cejar Martinez.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. I'm so glad that you went first. You've really checked off a lot of the questions in the virtual space that we've gotten received from our community and parents. I'm going to backtrack a little bit because I don't see in the presentation, Dr. Reynolds, and please feel free to interrupt me or tell me that you're going to talk more about that, is I know that the governor has made a very clear executive order saying that, schools should reopen August 17th. Will we be talking about what happens after August 17th tonight?
As of right now, our plan remains the same, that we will be following the governor and the state and local health officials and their recommendations. So we are currently planning for opening up on the 17th for face-to-face. Having said that, with the governor's presentation today, all the data that we have, it is also absolutely critical for us to be planning for us to be in a virtual environment for weeks, potentially months, beyond March 17th. So we are planning for both of those scenarios. At this time, for me, it is very difficult for me to see a scenario where in the next 3 to 4 weeks, things change enough for it to be safe for our schools to open up. But having said that, we'll continue to work with our health officials to see where we are. And so I encourage parents and employees. That's why we have these updates. We're going to have these parent meetings, and we continue to communicate as quickly and as consistently as we can where that scenario is.
Perfect. And I'll start there. So that gives me some background information as where I need to head up my bucket of questions that come from staff, parents, and everybody, all inclusive of our stakeholders. The first thing is we did hear an update from our governor today, and it was very clear on the evidence provided that within the short time that we reopened Arizona's stay-at-home order, the month of June was catastrophic. Being mindful, school was not even open at that time. Fast forward to August 17th. At this time, we are after that date, and I know you alluded to potential changes in the order. However, hypothetically speaking, if we go live, My fear is 10 days after, because Peoria Unified does not have the safety measures in place, and I'm going to elaborate that in just a moment. My concern is we'll be back to a stay-at-home order, or we have certain schools shut down, disrupting going back online, and it's chaos all over. When I think about providing education and for parents to plan accordingly, I think of routine and consistency and structure for children. They need that. It helps them grow and learn. So that is something when I think about their academic growth. Consistency, structure, and routine. As for parents, giving them an opportunity to plan accordingly, no matter what situation we offer in lieu of the environment, it's going to be challenging and difficult. But again, maintaining consistency, routine, and structure for parents, and we collectively can move forward. With that top of mind, I'm very proud of our district that we have been consistent in our strategic efforts, leading with safety first. And I, between the last study session to current, have been looking more deeply of what does safety look like for the Peoria Unified School District. And when Mr. Duguid highlighted that we have only 43 nurses within our district to cover 37,000 students and 4,000 employees, and knowing that essentially we're opening little urgent care systems at every school site, that is not sufficient. What I also identified is that not of all of our registered nurses on our campus are registered nurses. There is a difference between LPN and an RN, which I learned, and our LPNs, which are skilled, some of them may be new, all report under our registered lead nurse at the district office. So I am concerned that just in that scope of stretching every one of those nurses to the extreme, or LPN, is putting our district and students and staff in harm's way and is not being proactive in keeping safety top of mind. So I'm going to make a very clear stance as a governing board member that I do not support in school, in person, resuming classes for the full semester. That gives the ability of the district to staff appropriately, to figure out how we're going to fund if and when we do return back to school with the correct protective gear, with funding for educational services to meet our most vulnerable communities, as well as creating consistency, with safety being our #1 priority, routine, and structure. With that all in mind, it is very important that our leadership team is very clear and concise and take a stand for our community as they depend on us to keep them safe. At this point, I am not comfortable also transitioning into in-person, because here's my other fear. If parents say that, oh, in 8 days, I'm just going to go back into the live classroom, I don't want to deal with online learning. I'm just going to go on an extra 8-day sabbatical or keep my children safe from the experience of transitioning, and I'll wait to the in-person. So then we've lost that time frame. Any educator knows that when you start the beginning of school, it takes time to create routines, procedures, and classroom management before you get into engagement of academics and driving academic growth. I am concerned that once we get out of the online experience and then we go back into the in-person, we need to account for that transition and creating that classroom management and that procedure in person in our new environment. So coupled with both those experiences, we're losing time, versus if we start with a committed strategic plan, leading and driving with safety, we can now have an opportunity to provide a virtual platform for everyone involved. All our resources can be committed to the virtual platform and then go from there. Coupled with all the questions that Ms. Underhill highlighted, I'm still not convinced that we're meeting all our students' needs, because there's too many unknowns, because we're pulled in so many different ways. Once we are ready to go into an in-person, what I would like to see from the administration is a phased-in approach. We had the athletics during the summer have a phased-in approach for phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. With those small groups, we couldn't even get out of phase 1. So another proof point that we, as a 37,000 large district, are not prepared to phase into back into in-person. The questions that continue to come in and the experiences that Miss Airy highlighted in regards to communication, in the industry, we often refer to a net favorable score, NFS score. Anytime there's a platform, an experience, there's a survey that automatically goes out. Another common trend that I'm hearing from my emails is that we don't have real data from our parents, from our students and staff that is up to date. Have we thought about creating some kind of after call, after experience survey anytime there's an interaction with our plan so that we can get that real-time data feedback? And I'll pause right there.
So what I would say to that question is that is why we are asking families to let us know right now, after they have heard our plan, whether they would like to be online or whether they would like in person, as well as our staff. We've asked them to let us know through application whether or not they would like to be online or teach in person. And so that is real-time data.
Okay, so speaking of real-time data, and you mentioned that there was 135 teachers that applied for those positions. I've received some emails because there were concerns that people are not applying because they want their old position back. And Dr. Bell did highlight, and Dr. Davidson, that we're going to do our best to put them back to their original home site. Have you received any feedback in addition to the ones that the board has received about concerned staff not applying for online because of that information, or what have you heard?
So what I have, yeah, exactly. That is exactly what I've heard. That we have teachers who are very concerned that if they move into an online format, that they wouldn't be guaranteed their position back, and we can't guarantee that their position will be there when they go back. If there are not enough students who are there face to face. If we have to replace their position with another employee, there are a variety of scenarios where we cannot guarantee that a teacher would have his or her position if they choose to move into the online. What we are and committed to doing is working very hard to make sure that if that is the scenario, that we do our very best to get them at a minimum back to the school that they were in, and ideally back to the grade level or classroom that they're familiar with.
With that in mind, if we went 100% virtual for the first full semester, would you have any of these issues returning back to in person?
That's a great question. I can't say that we would not have of those scenarios, but every teacher would be in the same situation, not just those who selected to go online, if that makes sense.
It does. And again, just reiterating from the parent perspective of creating that routine and structure in student, but I also think for a positive experience as a staff member of that professional development, so they can learn these best practices, apply them, and continue to master their craft. I don't see the connection on how somebody can master a craft of online teaching, which is a totally different skill set, within 8 days, go in person, there's a COVID outbreak, and then go back online. reiterating the importance of professional development and maintain some consistency for our staff as well.
If it's okay, Ms.
Yes.
Martinez, yeah, we are certainly not asking our teachers and students to become masters at online learning in the first 8 days. That is why it was important for us to begin on the 5th and use these 8 days to introduce our teachers and students to this format. In the event that the students want to remain online, or B, that we're online for an extended period of time, or as you mentioned, a scenario that is very likely, and that is where we have situations, whether it's grade levels or whether it's wings within schools or whether it's with whole schools, where we have outbreaks either within students or staff that require us to shut those down and move students into the online format. So that is a real possibility. But the first 8 days is to be focused on reintroducing our students to school, introducing them to the people who will be supporting them, and introducing them to the online learning.
Hey, Monica.
Yes, yes.
Real quick, is this an appropriate time? Dr. Davidson has had his hand up. I think he might want to chime in on the subject as well. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Perfect. Dr. D?
Thank you, President Sandoval and Dr. Reynolds, Ms. Ceja Martinez. Wanted to let you know as we're going through this conversation that our applicant pool continues to grow. Just as of a few minutes, we're at 145 educators, and wanted just to let everybody know that we have a real nice assortment of teachers from different campuses, from different content areas, from special education, all through different content areas of the high school. So it's going to be a real fun experience, I think, for us in HR, right, to go through this process with these applicants. And I guess as we're talking about the what ifs, and certainly the schedule that we have in front of us as it relates to online learning or face-to-face makes a big difference, as does the student body and what they choose to do. I think the important thing to also remember for our teachers out there, our staff, is that just by putting in an application, going through the process, they're kind of going into it a little bit blind right now. You heard Dr. Bell speak to the PD opportunities and the chance for them to see the framework of Florida Virtual. If our educators aren't pleased with it, if they don't think that their skills match with that, if they simply just don't even like it and would prefer to stay in a face-to-face scenario, they don't have to give up their job, right? They don't have to go through that voluntary transfer process either. That's something that we'll be working with our employees on, and they need to know that this certainly isn't forced on them right now. Now, with that said, if we have 7,000 students go through it, we may need a lot more virtual educators as well. So we'll have to kind of just all work together through this process.
Well, just to add on to that, Dr. Davidson, thank you for bringing that forward. And we are focusing, and rightly so, a lot of energy and discussion on our certified staff and our teachers. But it is important as a board, and it's important as a leadership team and our entire Peoria Unified community, that if we choose or we have to go to a virtual environment, we have many non-certified staff members who could potentially be impacted in an adverse way.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds, for bringing that to our attention. So with that statement, how many classified staff members do we have roughly? I know that's off the cusp. Do we know?
Dr. Reynolds, this is Dr. Davidson here. Ms. Ceja Martinez, we have roughly 2,000 or so, plus or minus, classified team members across our schools, right, in our maintenance transportation teams at the district office. So a little over 2,000.
Okay, and based on my experience, only when the governor executes an executive order to work from home gives us the ability to pay our classified staff so that we're compliant with the law. Is that accurate?
That is yes, generally accurate. It would require, as we saw in the spring, action from our governor that allowed us to continue to compensate our employees if they were ready, willing, and able to work.
Okay, so with that in mind, what I would like to see from the administration, either in a board report or the next board meeting, is to identify how many classified staff we would not be able to find a position if we went from a full year or full semester of virtual work. From my understanding, we still have classified working even right now, whether it be food services, delivering laptops, things like that. We can still have the ability to identify work for them. And so if the administration is able to provide some numbers of classified staff that would be negatively impacted as a result of a full semester, is that possible?
Yes, for sure. We can work through our different departments and look at what it might mean if we were online, and then also provide you with the requirements that we are under as far as it comes to compensating employees. So, certainly. And I know you know this, but I think it's worth saying they certainly would be approximations. It's very difficult for us right now to be able to speak with any real specificity on what that would look like. But we can definitely talk to you and report to you about what we may be able to do for our employees if we were to go completely online without an executive order from the governor or legislative.
And that's a great segue. So if the district considers going all virtual without an executive order, and there are some funding implications as well, just based on the algorithms, I would like to know if PUSD decides to go all virtual, what is the full scenario of implications we be putting ourselves, students, and funding sources and resources at risk? Because that is something we do have to weigh out, is what is, and I hate to say it this, but this is the reality. What is the cost of a life when compared to the governor's executive orders or lack of leadership because he doesn't put our students first and staff? And I need to know that as we continue to unfold this, as said in the previous board meeting, building an airplane in the middle of the air as we go. It is my priority to not put anybody's life at risk at the end of the day, and knowing that we do not have enough school nurses or substitute school nurses in order to meet the needs, I am not comfortable sending our kids to school and staff. The next piece, thank you for that conversation, administration, is communication. Miss Airy, thank you so much for that update. And we just launched our texts. Do we have any data of how many parents signed up for the text message feedback?
Thank you for that, Mrs. Monica Beja Martinez. I don't have that offhand this evening, but I can certainly connect with Ms. Thomas from our IMT and see if she can pull that for us and get that to you in a Friday report.
Perfect. And the reason where I'm going with this is it's still considered summertime, whatever, we are all making the best of it, but there may be parents and students who are disconnected, who said, yes, this is traditionally my summertime, and they don't know that there are deadlines that are vital to their education career. In addition to, as I was doing my research, there are still outdated contact information. My concern is if we have these hard deadlines, that we're missing a demographic of people that choose not to have any connection during the summer with our school, or don't have the means to reach out to us. So I want to make sure that 100% of our parents, that's the goal, are able to make the informed decision whether to choose online or go in person, because that's still what we're currently working with as our governor and our superintendent have outlined. Where are we at in sending mailers of any of these updates?
Well, thank you for that question. And you're right. It's a challenging time to be going through with some communications that are certainly of this magnitude and this level of importance. And we recognize it is kind of a prime season that families tend to be, focused on their family, maybe taking vacations and maybe not quite as tuned into what is going on with their local school or their family school. So you mentioned, I know, the mailers. The last time we had our study session, it's an excellent idea to add that into kind of our tool belt of communication platforms as we move into the start of the school year. We typically do a big push with our families right around the beginning of August, just before school starts and during the first week of school, reminding them to update their contact information and get all of that current so that they can receive updates, especially those emergency updates that often have to come out from the school site. Something that, we'll need to be mindful of going forward is while we do have this hard deadline, we certainly know that there will be some families, maybe with extenuating circumstances, that made it so that they could not sign up by the 17th. We may have families that are new to our district, which happens every year, and aren't even enrolled yet by the time this deadline meets. So I know that Dr. Bell's team will have to work through what that process looks like to still include those families in with the model that best fits that family's needs and requests.
Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing those updates as we continue. And you had mentioned that you were going to host, thank you for taking that feedback and applying it, that you were going to host some parent platforms and how to get online and work through this. Are you in a position, or have you guys thought about those after call surveys or calling to get feedback to see what works or what doesn't?
Thank you for that question. That's an excellent one as well. We can look into some avenues to do that in a more formal process. What we have found from our community is that we're really lucky in our school district. We have a level of engagement that I don't believe all of our peer districts or all other school districts across the state experience, and that we have families that are typically pretty engaged in their child's education, and they do a pretty good job of letting us know how we do, either through emails to us, either to our various administrators or into our general inbox that we receive each time we put something out, as well as through social media. So the last update that we shared following the board meeting July 1st, I haven't looked in a few days, but I want to say we had nearly 700 comments just on that one social media post where our families were sharing how they felt, about either our plan or how we were communicating our plan. And so we do take, many of their ideas and many of their comments into consideration to kind of revise and make our work better going forward.
Perfect. Thank you for highlighting that, because I would echo that experience from my end. When I see the emails come in, I see all schools represented, and that is an indication that our community is engaged for the most part. But we want to be mindful for those minority groups that are not, for any reason under the sun, why they're not getting that information, and we want to do everything in our power to make sure that they have the tools to make that decision, and then we're taking the data to drive those outcomes for a better experience. So thank you, Ms. Airy, for that. As we move forward, the last thing, but I will address communication and virtual altogether. We haven't heard from Mr. Gay, and I bring this up because we are talking about a virtual platform. We are talking about all our information, our students' information, or having them access to online. Mr. Gay, can you tell us how we're working through cybersecurity, keeping Peoria unified, secure, and safe? Because there's a lot of sensitive data that is about to be available to our students, staff, and parents.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah Martinez and President Sandoval and members of the board and Dr. Reynolds. I'd be happy to talk about that. I want to be careful in talking about that because we don't want to we typically don't want to talk in public about our specific protections and technical protections, et cetera, that we put in place, because we don't want to give the bad apples any ideas about how to take advantage of us. But I will talk in some general areas about what we have done. Now, the good news is that while I don't think anybody could have anticipated certainly COVID or anything of this magnitude, my team and I have been anticipating the general notion of both staff and students working remotely at far greater numbers than perhaps we have in the past. And so for the last, well, a couple of years really, and specifically the last year, we've been working on our infrastructure to provide not only more capacity, but better protections in that kind of a situation. And I'll just mention a few of them. So that, I mean, we could talk about this for a long time, but I'll just mention a few of them. Just I hope we'll answer your question, and certainly I'd be happy to answer more questions. We have now, while this isn't necessarily cybersecurity specifically, it is part of our responsibility to protect our students. And we have implemented over the last couple of years a internet content filtering solution that actually works with our students remotely. So what that means is when students use the laptops that we issue to them in their homes or wherever they might happen to be connecting, whatever they do is basically forced into our internet content filtering solution so that they are protected from accessing objectionable or hateful or otherwise unacceptable material. So they continue, well, actually staff and students, primarily students, continue to enjoy those protections. Also, and this of course is a trend in every industry, we have been moving very steadily toward a much richer cloud presence rather than an on-premise presence. And that's not just a trend or a trendy thing to do, but it's very, very important in terms of cybersecurity protections. Because our cloud partner, in this case Microsoft, has so much more capacity to provide cybersecurity protections than we do in the school district. And so it's just one example of that. There's many. Well, actually, I want to give you two examples. We started moving everybody's file storage off of their on-premise servers into the cloud. Well, that's a nice convenience feature because it allows people to access their data and their files from anywhere they are, anywhere in the world, potentially. But it also provides additional security features. So, for example, within that cloud-based environment, we have just recently, in fact, over the summer, we have re-imaged all of our student and staff devices so that the account definitions, the access controls, the credentialing, all those things that are important to security are actually done in a hybrid fashion between the cloud and our data center at Cholla. So we have much, much greater ability to control and to provide security updates to students' laptops, staff laptops, while they're working remotely than we used to have. So that's a huge improvement that we've done. I wanted to mention another one. I think some of you, I'm sure have heard, and I probably mentioned it myself, that one of the greatest, as they call it, threat vectors there is in the world of cybersecurity is phishing attempts or email phishing attacks. And so we have implemented some new technology in the recent months that is way more powerful in terms of detecting email-based fraud and phishing attempts. And we have already seen just tremendous protections that have been in terms of prevention of attacks and so forth that have happened over the last several months in terms of that. We also, it's some of those new protections, that as well as some of our internal devices that I don't want to get into too much detail on, have also the ability to just notice unusual or potentially threatening behavior, even by our own staff who might be doing things unknowingly dangerous. And so we get notified when these things happen, and we're able to contact the person and say, you know what, you should probably not do that, or whatever protection may have to happen. And finally, people are always the greatest threat vector. And it's not just people intentionally doing bad things, but it's our own staff and students who are just doing their work and might accidentally or unknowingly do something that's dangerous. And so we started with a third-party provider last year who has a great deal of cybersecurity awareness training, as well as things like phishing exercises and so forth that will allow our staff to become much more aware of those dangers and how they might protect themselves better. And that, by the way, helps our families, not just our students and our staff. So those are just some of the things that we're doing. Certainly we're doing a lot more than those, but I feel like we got a really good head start on this, probably as much as 2 years ago, and we continue to implement those changes and improvements.
Yes, you are correct, Mr. Gay. You were leading the initiative in our state of Arizona about those cybersecurity policies. So kudos to you and your hard work. With the professional development, I would like to continue to have that incorporated as we onboard to the first 8 weeks, Dr. Bell, for all students, staff, and parents, how important the security of their information is, and that may be considered part of that return back to school experience. Some kind of campaign about the importance of keeping their personal information secure. I would also like to see Mr. Gay and Dr. Reynolds a clear direction from the district about what apps or pieces of technology should or should not be used, best practices, and then ultimately leading up to the governing board. If we have any policies that need to be amended as a result of usage or anything under the sun related to our scope when it comes to technology, please, I encourage you to bring it forward to the board to consider move forward. At the end of the day, I know this is very difficult as you are hearing mandates and executive orders, but I assure you, at least from my voice, I am in full support of a full semester going virtual, and that we create that safety as our #1 principle, using consistency, structure, and routine as we plan for this first semester. So thank you, all of you, for your questions or your responses to my questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sam Martinez. Ms. Underhill, thank you for your patience. Your hand has been raised for quite some time. The floor is yours.
Okay, and I'll try to be brief. I just want to say, I completely agree with leading with safety in mind, and that has been, the thing that we came into the study session with and that we left with. I do have to say, though, that at this point in time, with 500,000 people in our state having lost their jobs and filing for unemployment, which, by the way, is about to decrease here shortly, with the moratorium on evictions running out July 23rd and the rental assistance requests already way over what's been allocated, I have concerns about the finances of families, and most of all about a clear plan for childcare for families that have to do online learning and just aren't either able to do that because they have to leave the home for work, or they're working at home, and that's very challenging. So from my standpoint, I recognize the concerns about health, I really do, but I don't believe our district has made a sort of shotgun approach. I feel like we have a very measured approach. We're monitoring the transmissions rates. We have some benchmarks as far as looking at Labor Day, looking at the first quarter, then looking at the first semester. And I guess I just feel like until we have a plan for how we can fully support all of our parents and our students in being successful at home for that length of time, I don't feel comfortable sticking a stake in the ground as far as a semester. So I just wanted to voice that concern. And then back to the online learning, I do have a couple additional concerns. One question was that our students, someone had thought that students were required to have their own personal computer and webcam. in order to enroll in the online program. Is that true or not?
Ms. Underhill, this is Dr. Bell. That is not necessarily true. We will be checking out laptops for students and hopefully looking at the connectivity options for students to participate online.
Great. And that's kind of what I thought. I just want to make sure that that was not a misnomer to parents out there. And the second concern that that had come to my attention was that parents had wondered if there was some stipulation about students being able to read at grade level. And I know that from looking at the virtual, the Florida virtual, that there is a read to tool, but I just wanted to ensure that that was not the case either.
Students that can obviously read the materials will have an easier time navigating that. That's why it's essential that we are following up, contacting parents, working with kids when we see that either they're not completing lessons successfully, etc. So the answer to that is no. We're responsible to help kids learn to read. We'll be providing small group lessons for that, and we'll be providing supports in place for that.
Great. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you for those added questions, Ms. Underhill. I almost feel like a moderator. Just kidding. A lot of great questions from Ms. Underhill, Ms. San Martinez, a lot that I had. In fact, the final two that Ms. Underhill had, Dr. Bell, were questions that I had top of mind. Certainly. So piggybacking on those questions that Corey just had around the laptop requirements and stipulations around reading at grade level, how is that communicated in our plan? And I should have that up in front of me, but I don't. I think word choice is very important, right? So if in the plan, it is stating, required laptop, webcam, it's using words like required, I think could potentially, I don't want to say alienate, but alienate, some of our kids and potentially thinking that, well, if that's the case, I'm not going to be able to be successful in this environment, right? So I just want to make sure that, as we're communicating this plan to our communities and our families, that we are being very, very sensitive and compassionate in our dialogue and how we even have a touch point, a communication channel that is very non-intimidating, allowing families to call and ask for that assistance in a, again, non-intimidating way. So that's my, addition to Corey's questions around the laptop requirements, webcam. You spoke about somewhat of an advisory ISK type solution, for those students who might just need a little uplifting, whether it's, reading comprehension, et cetera, to be successful, especially in courses like mathematics and science, right? So just want to make sure that, when we think about who we are as a district and why we're here, and really our mantra, about that reads every student every day prepared to shape tomorrow, even in our online environment, we need to make sure that translates well from our brick and mortar to this distance learning environment. That said, a couple of questions, and Ms. Myers, this may involve you. I know we talked a little bit about our solutions for our students with special needs, and I'm not sure if Ms. Harper's on the line, but as Ms. Harper and team, begin to define, what that solution looks like in this virtual world or this online learning environment, there's potentially the need for incremental dollars outside of, what a normal year would look like, right? So, I guess my question for Ms. Myers and Ms. Harper, for that matter, would be, that there's a need for another solution outside of the norm to ensure that, this this student population, these students, are put into position to be successful, are we prepared for that? I guess that's the question, and not knowing what the dollar amount may be, but will we have dollars to be able to incrementally spend in this current situation to service, the diversity throughout our district, and diversity, again, not just culturally, but students with special needs, et cetera.
Well, thank you, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds. That is a very good question, because some of the needs are still being identified. And what I can say is, when it comes to special education funding and additional student waiting, if you will, for our ADM, meaning we do get additional funding for special education students, that funding has not been adjusted in fiscal year 2021 to address additional COVID needs. So our funding stream is based on the existing formula. In addition to that, we do have our IDEA grant that supports our special education students, and that also has not had material changes. So what I can share tonight is our business services team, in conjunction with our special education department, is monitoring requirements related to state level funding and federal funds and options that exist. But some of the perhaps needed changes are lagging, and from a funding perspective, we have not received additional funding for potential additional needs in our special education classrooms. And I don't know if Mrs. Harper is on the call tonight, but I can also defer to Dr. Bell if she would like to add any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bell, anything to add there?
Thank you. Sorry, I had trouble with my mute button. I do know that Ms. Harper is working with her team. We do have a solution for our ARISE programs. They are looking at service minutes. I do know she was looking at a HIPAA approved vehicle to provide some services. She should, we will be meeting with that director group of all of those programs on Monday. And at that time, we'll hear an update regarding where we are. So as we move forward through the next few weeks, we will be keeping the board informed of the status of those solutions and any subsequent cost.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. In those meetings, are we including our current district partners like ACES or the Children's Center to understand how they are adapting their model during this pandemic to ensure that, we're in alignment there?
Yeah, that is part of our process, similar to WestMec and CTE. So we all have to understand what our partner entities are doing and planning, so that we're making sure that we're connecting well for kids.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you for that. Next question is for Ms. Airy. We talked a little bit about communication in our last meeting. You gave us an update this evening about where we're at there from a comms perspective. Have we thought about, posters, whether the message is simply call, click, or come in by this date, or it's a calendar, and posters that can be placed in, some of those local district restaurants, stores that are individually owned, right? Like Ballpark Pizza, right? Or Catalina's, which is, off of Peoria and 91st, or the bike shop, et cetera. I think to Ms. Aya's point, it's important to make sure that we're taking our message to the community. And I absolutely applaud you and team for looking at the diverse communication channels that are leveraged by our consumer today. But, I think as we look at some of those entities, the small businesses that are local, we may be able to leverage them to, throw a poster up here and there.
President Sandoval, we can certainly explore that and see if there's a way we can add that to our outreach.
Yeah, and maybe, and Ms. Myers, please don't punish me on this one, but maybe we can lean on a partner to help us with a media buy that allows us some transit shelter posters or a billboard or two throughout the city. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I was just simply going to say that while we could look at some media buy type things, the timeline that we are on may not lend itself well for us to be able to do that. And we certainly know we'll have additional rounds of communication coming, following just this next campaign.
Sure. No, I gotcha. That makes sense. All right. Thank you for that. Dr. Reynolds, one of the things that I've always said as we take a look at, what the upcoming academic year is going to look like. And again, I absolutely applaud you and team and all the stakeholders who have been involved, which includes the community, our teachers and staff, our kids, our students. What I've been proud of is how we have led as a district. When we were, continued to use the word postponing our graduations, but then we made the very moral decision to cancel our graduation. And I think we were probably the first of the grouping of districts that wanted to still hold their ceremonies there at State Farm. We made the moral decision to cancel it, all focused on health and wellness and the safety of all the human beings that we are responsible for. I continue to press on that. I think it is important, without question, to follow the guidance of the CDC, WHO, the state. But as we take a look at the data and science and how we localize that to make moral decisions, ethical decisions on behalf of all those that we are responsible for. So it's the 40,000 plus, which are between our students and our associates, but it's also their families, where I think the number that we're responsible really as a district, I think probably becomes 100 and 150,000 people, right? When you include families. When we take a look at that responsibility and those lives that we are responsible for, that we need to absolutely ensure that the data, the science, but in addition to morality being weighted and how we make those decisions moving forward. I know Ms. Underhill spoke, about, allowing that data and science to guide us. I do believe it does not put us in a positive position or from a seamless position by trying to manage the semester 2 weeks at a time. That said, I do believe at a minimum, and yes, with all things considered, including, how the state is going to fund education, but at a minimum, I feel that in light of where the numbers are at today, what the date is, when school is going to start, I would highly recommend that we at least, put a stake in the ground to be online through the end of the first quarter, which allows for a seamless transition from quarter to quarter, right? And as we're leading up to that point, we're continuing to look at the data, that we're continuing to look at, what's going on from a science perspective, and what we're looking at based on the surveys that are coming in that Ms. Aries and team are executing on, to really take a holistic approach, a responsible approach to ensuring that we are going to execute, we're going to implement, safe learning and teaching environments on behalf of our district. So that said, Ms. Underhill, you still have your hand up. Do you have another question?
I didn't mean to have my hand up, but I will just comment. I completely agree that we need to absolutely move, in the direction that the science is telling us. and all of that. I want to make sure that we are hearing from all of our constituents, and I want to make sure that we really are taking into consideration the needs of, all of our families, the children, and that we have some sort of plan and resource to support them during this time. So
Agreed.
I guess from my standpoint, and I know there's been movement, across the state about, different, mandates that we want to press forward and et cetera. But my concern really is that if we don't have a plan for supporting these families with young children and how to take care of those children, we know the research supports that, families, it's a very large struggle, and that can be very detrimental to our children as well. Now, I'm not siding with, what's going on in Washington right now in any way, shape, or form. But what I'm saying is that we do need to balance, the needs of all of our community members, our staff, our students, but also all of our parents with, children, and make sure that if we're not there, physically, then how are we advocating for or taking care of those families that have small children and are in a really tight situation. So I guess my request is that we, seriously consider that we work with our partners in the state, other school districts to advocate for increased childcare funding and assistance for parents, because without it, none of this is going to work. So that is my plea, that we just consider that, if we don't start till, the first quarter, I'm okay with that, but we have to have a plan for those parents that need support.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And what I'm not saying is that we would make that decision in a vacuum, right? I think there are a lot of considerations that need to be considered that are part of the overall fulfillment, of PUSD and districts across the state, really. One thing I would say is, Dr. Reynolds, I know you mentioned the funding side and our staff, and I'm absolutely with you there. I do know across the state, there are a few districts that, have announced as late as today to go 100% online through the end of the first quarter. So if it's taking place in other districts, what I would ask is that we inquire with some of those districts to understand, how they may be doing it, certainly from a financial perspective, and ensuring that, our staff or any of our associates are not negatively impacted by doing so. Ms. Sarah Martinez, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you for that. I agree. The plan needs to be very clear and specific in any scenario that we go into, and reiterating the fact that whatever decision we make, aligned to the governor or taking it past the governor's executive order, the finances are going to dictate what resources we can offer internally. I hear our elected officials from the state to DC saying kids need to be in school so that our economy can keep going and parents can go back to work. We are not a babysitter. We are educators. And hence, we need to treat our profession with that level of expectation. And we provide the utmost care and loving environment for our children, and we will do anything. But we are not babysitters. And I want to reiterate that. With that comes advocacy for funding, which brings me to some of the statements that I am already preparing for and learning about Ms. Meyer's presentation. Collectively, as a Peoria Unified Board and Superintendent and Administration, we need to meet with our elected officials and advocate at all levels for the funding to provide a safe environment, whether it be virtual or in person. And we do not have the funding resources, based on what I've seen thus far, to do what we need to do. And I will pause there. So thank you for reiterating we need a plan and we need advocacy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Sam Martinez.
President Sandoval.
Yes, sir.
If I could just for one moment before we move into Ms. Myers, the end of our COVID presentation with the financial considerations. First of all, just to say now that we we really appreciate the dialogue around this. It's these conversations. As I've said before, it's the emails, it's the phone calls, it's the questions that come in that we use to help frame our communication plan, that we use to help in our decision-making process. And it's important that our community know, and again, I know you know this, all the questions, all the dialogue that we have had so far this evening around the crisis that we're in, these are the exact conversations that happen essentially 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with our team. They are going through every one of these scenarios. We're talking about, is it 2 weeks? Is it a quarter? Is it a semester? When will we make that decision? When are we going to get that information and support from our state? How do we advocate for funding? So please know, I just want our community to fully understand that these are the things that keep us up at night. These are the things that we work all day on. And we will have a plan that keeps our students and staff, their safety at the forefront of that process. It is our, as we continue to monitor the situation before March 17th, we hear you loud and clear that we need that consistency. Our parents need to be able to plan. Our families need to be able to plan, and we will keep that at top of mind as we enter into the next couple of weeks. So thank you for that dialogue.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Reynolds. And, absolutely, we believe that without question. I do have one more question for Dr. Bell, though, before we move on to Ms. Myers and the financial considerations. Dr. Bell, so enrollment next week looks like July 15th. When are counselors available for our students? Like students are coming in from out of state, transferring credits, new to the city. When will they have access to those counselors?
Well, that's what I talked with Chris Lopez, Lyra about. In fact, today, the high school principals were asking if they could come in earlier on their contract. And based upon what I think we're going to be seeing, we're going to be needing that. I believe their first contract day is July 23rd. I'm not absolutely sure of that. However, it would be very helpful if we could ask some members of that team to support the efforts that we're making earlier than that date.
Agreed, 100%.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you for the questions and the answers. Moving on to Ms. Myers, the COVID-19 update, grant funding and financial considerations.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on grant funding and financial considerations to date related to COVID-19. Administration has previously shared, if we go back to that second slide, please, thank you. Administration has previously shared information about the $2 trillion Federal Corona Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, also known as the CARES Act, and the $626 million of funding that was made available to Arizona for education, including $277 million for K-12 education and $69 million for the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. This funding was first announced in March earlier in the year. The $277 million of elementary and secondary schools emergency relief, also referred to as ESSER funds, are designated to support K-12 schools to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and school districts' eligibility for the funds was determined based on Title I-A participation and eligibility and funding received in fiscal year 2020. Arizona Department of Education has published Peoria Unified's portion of this funding, which totals just under $4.2 million of reimbursement grant funding. This funding was included in both the second budget revision for fiscal year 2020 and is also included in the proposed fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget. Eligible district-specific CARES Act expenditures include educational technology and PPE, personal protective equipment, public facility sanitation, coordination for preparedness and response, as well as addressing the unique student needs of subpopulations with outreach and service delivery, training and professional development, as well as any other general operating or capital outlay needed to respond to the COVID-19 emergency. It is important to note that salaries are excluded from the CARES Act funding as far as merit pay or related executive salary expenses. Next slide, please. COVID-19 related expenditures to date that are being evaluated for inclusion in the district level CARES Act grant includes $522,000 of PPE related expenditures and $2.4 million of technology related expenditures to date, including the purchase of Florida Virtual. During the July 1st study session, Mr. Duguid did mention that we have a weekly work group that meets with representation from academic services, our IMT department, as well as operations in the business office to evaluate needs related to the CARES Act funding. And in conjunction with that work group, the district is currently also compiling the total staffing costs related to COVID-19 and staff overtime, and through the process of the work group and our cabinet, we're evaluating all department needs related to COVID-19. However, you'll note that the $4.2 million is a finite amount, and we're early in the pandemic and planning for next year. And if we go to the next slide, another opportunity that the district is pursuing, and we've actually taken steps to participate in the grant. It's the Arizona Department of Emergency Military Affairs grant. That is the state level of FEMA, that school districts can apply for expenditure reimbursements with a 25% matching requirement. The CARES Act grant is also, again, a reimbursement grant, but it does not have the matching requirement where the FEMA-DEMA grant does. Eligible expenses include PP&E and facility disinfection. And if we go to the next slide, please. Eligible expenses also include the purchase of supplies and equipment. The AZ-DEMA FEMA grant will be evaluated in tandem with the CARES Act grant to identify eligible expenditures for reimbursement. The fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget includes an estimate of $500,000 of AZ-DEMA FEMA expenditure reimbursements, but this amount could be higher based on final submissions, and if that amount does increase, it can be included in our December budget revision. On June 24th, the governor's office issued an executive order and published information about additional funding opportunities for school districts, with $200 million being made available for enrollment stability grants and $69 million from the governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, which I highlighted at the beginning of the presentation, that was part of the state level CARES Act funding. The new funding plan that is detailed on the next slide adds $270 million to the $277 million of funding that was previously made available under the Elementary and Secondary Education Emergency Relief Fund. And we go to the next slide, thank you. School districts receive annual funding based on student enrollment that is referred to as average daily membership, or ADM. And an area of concern in the school finance community has been an impact on enrollment related to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as prior to the June 24th executive order, a subsequent AZ CARES Act grant opportunities. There was a concern that there would not be full funding if a student attended via the AOI, or Arizona Online Instruction option, versus in person. The new grant program draws from the state's CARES Act allocation to ensure every participating school can receive a grant award that minimizes the funding impact of any COVID-19 enrollment declines by guaranteeing the greater of 98% of the school's 2019-2020 enrollment or their 40th day ADM for the current year, as enhanced by funding online learners up to the same level as in-person peers. Districts will still be responsible to absorb up to a 2% reduction in ADM due to COVID-19, which for the Peoria Unified School District could be as high as $3.7 million. Next slide, please. So with the slide that has opportunity number 2, which we have on the screen, the district is also evaluating eligibility for the new Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds grant. Based upon our initial review, it appears that the district is not eligible for all of the grant opportunities, but we will apply for funding where eligible and if the grant criteria meets a district need. Guidance and application materials for the new grants are forthcoming. We've in fact reached out to the governor's office today for a current update to include in today's presentation. Peoria Unified does plan to apply for the enrollment stability grant, which would stabilize any reduction in ADM. However, I do want to comment, to be eligible for the grant, and the deadline for application is December 31st, that we would have to comply with all of the executive order and state requirements. And if we go back to the prior slide, please. In addition, administration will provide the governing board with periodic updates on the application process and any subsequent awards. And now with that, I will conclude the financial portion of the COVID-19 update, and administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for that presentation. Ms. Underhill?
Yes, thank you very much for the summary of that. And it's great to see some of the opportunities that have been made available. And I know that we, had sent this question in regarding the up to 98%. So can you just discuss a little bit about the how we are accounting for the 2%? If we should in fact not reach our ADM goals, or I guess we're going to be accounting for that regardless. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, thank you. I certainly can. As I highlighted, we know we have $4.2 million of CARES Act funding. That's specific to Peoria Unified, and I did mention that to date we have a total of just over $2.9 million of expenditures that we can say are attributable to COVID-19. So 4.2 million does not cover a large volume of new costs. So the CARES Act funding is not designed to absorb funding reductions at a state level if a district's enrollment were to decline. So what's important about the stabilization grant is it tries to hold a district harmless related to what's referred to as current year funding, where if we look at the funding formula and the revenue control limit, the M&O portion is based on current year enrollment, or ADM, where the district additional assistance or capital piece is prior year, and then the transportation component is prior year miles traveled. So that current year funding is a concern because if a school district has a change in enrollment due to COVID-19 or without the protections of modifying the ADM count for attendance reporting for AOI or attendance online instruction compared to in person, the district could see a sizable reduction in their annual funding. However, the grant does not hold a district 100% harmless. And what I mean by that is that 98% protection leaves an exposure percentage of 2%, where if there was a change in enrollment, and again, the online now has the same funding percentage, if you will, as in person, but let's say there was a reduction in ADM as a whole, the district's potential exposure based on last year's ADM would be $3.7 million, which we would have to absorb from our carry forward.
Okay, so if that were to happen, then even with the funding from the other sources, well, we would still be up, I'm estimating about $1 million, but I guess what it's pointing out to me is that even though these are great funding sources, it really shows that with a district of 37,000 students, potentially a net of $1 million with this pandemic and all the different things that we have to protect. I guess it shows to me that we need to continue to make sure that we're advocating at the state level for, increased funding as we continue to go through this pandemic and the recovery. So I just wanted to kind of point that out.
Thank you. And President Sandoval, members of the governing board, even though we have not fully expended up to the $4.2 million of CARES Act funding that we know we qualify for, and again, it's a reimbursement grant, so we have to make the expenditure and then we're reimbursed. We don't expect to have a net gain from this additional funding at all. In fact, it's early, it's July 9th, and we've had certain expenditures to date, and we're trying to navigate requirements and needs at a district level. And so, we expect that $4.2 million to go rather quickly. And so the other grant opportunities are important. Additional action at the legislative level, similar to House Bill 2910 last fiscal year as an example. We're hopeful there'll be ongoing conversations at a state and legislative level because this is expensive and there will be one-time and ongoing costs. And, it's just important to note we're not receiving additional net funding. In fact, what we're going to receive in the potential of the 2% lost ADM actually will have a significant impact on our budget.
Great. And just one more question, and I just got this actually from a constituent, but I also had sent it in earlier just about, are there any funding sources through the CARES Act or through our partners, et cetera, through different government sources that are providing, kind of some of these COVID relief funds to support some of the childcare pieces of this virtual environment?
Well, thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Underhill, and members of the governing board. We're constantly evaluating federal, state, and private grant opportunities. Of course, being a public agency, all of our activities are statute driven. So we have to be mindful of our requirements as we evaluate opportunities and partnerships as well. But we certainly understand that we want to be aware of all funding opportunities that may be appropriate for the district. And as I alluded to earlier, as we go through the laundry list of what are being referred as the GEAR funds, that $69 million amount, some of those grant opportunities will be a possibility for the district, but clearly some will not. For instance, the Beat the Odds Leadership Academy, that was listed, the $700,000, there's no funding available to districts. Or the ABOR Teacher Academy, again, our initial review, the $6 million not available to districts. And even the bridging the digital divide, that is intended more for rural communities. It's rural focused, even though it addresses infrastructure. So there are funding opportunities, but not in all cases will Peoria Unified qualify for those grants.
Sure, that makes sense. We have a diverse state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill, for those questions. Ms. Sam Martinez.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Ms. Myers, Superintendent Administration. This definitely has been top of mind is the money. We have identified saving lives costs money. It's not cheap, and it is our priority. With that in mind, Ms. Myers, I appreciate your candor in stating that we will have a foreseen shortfall as a result of the income and lack of income. So a couple of things came to mind. First is you mentioned grants that we'll have to apply to get paid back. What is the reassurance or your confidence level of receiving that money back in this process?
Well, thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, members of the governing board. We have a high level of confidence related to the CARES Act and the administration through ADE, as well as the grants that are being presented through the governor's office. The key is meeting the eligibility requirements. So the funding will be there, and there are stated requirements that we have to meet in order to apply, and that's the key, especially with the stabilization grant that districts have until December 31st to apply for. But one of the eligibility requirements is you're then following all of the state mandates for certain activities. It's also an important consideration that you'll notice I referenced the 40th day versus the 100th day. That's a change as well, where the snapshot is in the fall versus January. But we have the full faith that ADE and the governor's office will administer these grants. It's just understanding the requirements and ensuring we're in compliance.
I appreciate that statement as well, which I was online to this, or my thought process was on that 40th day, because there are and there will be situations as we solicit to our parents if they want to go 100% online or leave our district altogether and homeschool. What analysis have you discussed in predicting how many students we will lose on the 40th day and impact our finances?
Thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, members of the governing board. We are navigating a very fluid environment, and with that, as we're learning about not only our requirements, but any change in instruction or attendance, those data sets are still being compiled, and I would request that we have the opportunity to provide that type of an update over the next few weeks. It would be premature for me to try to forecast that at this point when we're still gathering the data sets to do the calculation.
Thank you. Is that a real possibility that we can lose funding as a result of parents choosing to homeschool their children or choosing another online platform outside of our district?
Thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, members of the governing board. Anytime we have students who leave the district, that creates a scenario where we can lose funding because we receive the majority of our funding based on enrollment. So be it pre-COVID-19 or during the pandemic, if there's a reduction in students attending the district, any district, not just Peoria Unified, it could have a negative impact on the amount of funding that is received by that district.
Okay. I'm thinking out loud, so please ask me to restate if this doesn't make sense. In a previous board meeting, we talked about TANs as a result of the state not paying their bills on time. So we as a district have to apply for TANs, and you've asked in a previous board meeting to approve an amount, I believe it was 20 million. Correct me if I'm wrong. If this is a situation where we're starting to accrue more expenses and we're not qualifying or meeting the deadlines of getting the eligibility for this funding sources, do you foresee us having to go that route and borrowing more money from the state with interest as a result of those shortcomings?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, each year when we sell tax anticipation notes, it's in part to address some of the timing differences with the payments that we receive from the state each year. And we do have some beginning of the year expenditures, including our insurance prepayment, where selling the tax anticipation notes bears an interest savings compared to using our credit line with the Maricopa County Treasurer, which is a $42 million credit line. The authorization that we asked for, the $20 million, is a cap. Last year, we sold $15 million in TANs, and we expect this year it will probably be perhaps less than that amount. We're firming up what the amount shall be. I don't expect it to be greater than 15, although the authorization is 20. That being said, districts cannot exceed their budget limit. We have a formula-based funding system, a base support level, and so based on that enrollment and the actual dollar amounts that we receive per student, including weighting for special ed and English language learners as an example, we have a set amount that we receive, and we can't exceed that budget limit using our M&O or capital. And so if we were to need to augment that, we would look to a potential cash funding source. For instance, examples we've used in the past: indirect cost, Medicaid, and public schools. But again, a district cannot exceed its budget limit and borrow to exceed that limit. So that's an important consideration.
Thank you. As I think out loud and think about the shortcomings and how important our nurses are, it would, the importance of the override that we are going to discuss in just a moment, but funds 100% of our nurses as we speak. What happens, and do you believe that if the override does not pass, will have an impact to our nurses, and when will that time frame take place?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, members of the governing board, our override is in place at its full amount, and I highlighted is over $29 million of funding for fiscal year 2021 through June 30th, 2021. If the override is not renewed in November, we will be required by statute to start phasing that override out in fiscal 2022. 1/3, or roughly $10 million, would be phased out. 2/3 would be phased out the following year, and then it's fully eliminated in that subsequent year. The reason why I highlight that is if the override is not renewed, we will have some very difficult decisions to make related to the fiscal year 2022 budget. For fiscal year 2021, we have funding that's in place. The override is still in place at its full amount. And with the exception of that 2% ADM reduction, we are able to make plans with our budget. It's set. And again, if we have to absorb any reductions, it would come from our carry forward. Next year, if the pandemic continues into fiscal year 2022, as well as if our override does not renew, there would be decisions on allocating scarce resources and prioritizing what positions and programs would remain from non-M&O override funding sources.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. And just to wrap up my comments or go back to Dr. Reynolds, this board has talked about a 1-3-5-year plan, and talking about all these potential shortfalls raises extreme awareness that we're in dire need of funding now as a result of COVID and a failed override measure, and safety being our #1 driving force. I would like to see in the near future, where are these cuts coming from, as we have to start talking about them. And if it's coming from staffing models, then how are you prioritizing safety in relation to those staffing models? I recognize, and I heard loud and clear tonight, that a lot of these figures are premature, so giving misinformation would be misleading, and I recognize that, so thank you for stating that. But we also know it's coming, so taking a reactive approach to shortfalls of funding and staffing to provide a safe environment is something I would like to hear more from the administration and how we move forward. And at this point, thank you again, Ms. Myers and staff, for outlining how expensive it is, each line item, and where we can spend the money as we consider moving forward. And I'll stand there.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for those questions. Ms. Ceja Martinez, I apologize, and Ms. Myers for your responses. But along those lines, I want to piggyback a little bit on Ms. Ceja Martinez's question around kind of that 1-3-5-year plan. I know right now we're working diligently and very hard, to get through, our current situation. But as we do that, and plan for what's coming around the corner, or what may be coming around the corner, looking at the subsequent academic year, meaning the 2021-2022 academic year, can you talk a little bit about, well, let me take a quick step back. I mean, in light of the fact that we might also have to use some of our carry forward dollars, can you talk a little bit about just how you're being proactive as we move into the 2021-2022 academic year, to ensure that, some of these dollars that we're having to use as a result of the pandemic, and some of the expenses that we are incurring, to overcome those deficits, or really overcome those expenses, as we rebuild, right, in the 2021-2022 year. Are you guys already talking about, the 2 academic years, down the road, and how are those conversations going?
Thank you, President Sandoval. members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds. Earlier this evening, we talked about department staffing and being very mindful of expenditures that we're making, knowing that there's some unknowns. And what I mean by that is we have an override renewal on the November 3rd ballot, as well as a potential bond authorization. And if we were in a situation where our override was beginning to phase out, I've shared we have roughly $14 million of remaining bond proceeds from our 2012 authorization. And with that, we would have to make some very difficult decisions, knowing that we had pending M&O cuts, and we are at the tail end of current bond dollars that we have available, and that would put full dependency on our capital funding. So we're being very mindful as we approach November. We also know that it will take several months to evaluate next steps, but depending on outcomes, as well as, and I've used this term many times, short-term versus long-term, or rapid versus prolonged recovery from COVID. And it's interesting, and I'll comment, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee actually updated their projections. I had shared they had a 1.1 projected shortfall, and then they said, well, that could swing, I believe it was $500,000 either way. They provided an update and said, you know what, we can't accurately predict the impact at this point because there are so many variables, and this scenario that we're navigating is so fluid, and that impacts us as well. So we're mindful of certain consideration points, looking at a 1-year timeline, and then the 3-year, how we would navigate that depending on funding considerations. But as we march through the current fiscal year, we're going to be laser focused on next steps, and depending on the outcome of, at a minimum, that override renewal, that will set us on one of two paths. But again, it's very early, and as we better understand long-term impacts and costs related to the COVID pandemic, that will further direct us as we make decisions. But it will be a multi-month process with input from all stakeholders if we have to make decisions related to positions and programs.
Yeah, no, agreed. And thank you for that. And I know you and team are always thinking forwardly with regard to our finances. And certainly our goal is to pass the override and bond, for that matter, in November. That said, is it fair to ask, to have somewhat of a snapshot, even if it's incomplete, or are there some unknowns really, in the fall time frame around what, maybe the 2-3 year plan might look like?
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds. We have a natural timeline in the month of October where we bring forward our annual financial report, which is almost considered a post-mortem of the prior fiscal year, in looking at our budget compared to actual expenditures and our final carry forward. And that might be a good point, maybe even in November, to provide an update on planning and the budget process for fiscal year 2022.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any further discussion, questions, Ms. Underhill?
Nope, I think I'm good, but thank you guys for continuing to keeping on, and it really does help to have that picture of the budget and what it's looking like and what we can use those funds for. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Sarah Martinez?
Nope. Thank you so much for that transparency and clarity on where we stand on the finances.
Yeah, agreed. Ms. Myers and team, thank you very much for, again, the comprehensive report out and answering our questions very thoroughly. Really appreciated. Okay. Dr. Reynolds, any closing comments around COVID-19?
No, other than to just reiterate how much we appreciate the questions and comments that we get from our community. Again, it helps shape our thought process and the conversations, the dialogue that you, our governing board, have in directing us in those areas. We are we are working every single day to get this right and to do what's right for our community and for our staff and for our students. So thank you for the dialogue.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, that said, moving on to section 11, our action items. We are at 11.1, consideration of adoption of the fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget. Ms. Michelle Myers.
Yes, thank you again, President Sandoval, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Reynolds. I do not have any additional comments to add at this time from the presentation that I provided earlier this evening during the public hearing. And again, administration does recommend that the Governing Board adopt the proposed fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion comments, Ms. Underhill.
You know, changing that order of the agenda really worked out because most of my questions had been related to the CARES Act funding and those other funding sources. So no, I am good. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Ms. A.R. Martinez.
I agree. It was insightful. The only question, and you responded in an email response, Ms. Meyer, so thank you. I just want to keep my focus on the transportation. If we continue to stay at home, what does that mean for our transportation budget as we move forward? But other than that, no need to respond. I'll just keep an eye as we move forward. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And yes, Ms. Myers, again, throughout this evening, you have been very complete and diligent around responding to our questions. So thank you for that. So that said, I do need a motion to approve the adoption of the fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget.
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve the adoption of the fiscal year 2021 expenditure budget as presented.
Second.
All right, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Sayre Martinez and a second by Ms. Underhill. If you can lead us through a voice vote, that'd be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval, and you are first up.
Yes.
Mrs. Sayre Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Contra. Moving on to 11.2, professional development days for the 2020-2021 school year. This is being presented by Dr. Kendra Bell.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board members, Dr. Reynolds, and colleagues. This is an action item that is coming from our district task force, who has been working since spring to address all of the needed elements from COVID-19 and into the next school year. The request for professional development days for the 2020-2021 school year is to change or shift the early release day from Mondays to Wednesdays. This day would still provide needed professional development and collaboration by teachers and provide more timely flexibility for teachers to plan for student groups and midweek interventions during the virtual learning period. Just as importantly, this suggested or recommended change in the early release schedule allows for a little more flexibility for deeper midweek cleaning should we eventually bring students back to school. This change, recommended change, reflects no change to student instructional time as required by ADE. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bell. Questions, comments, Ms. Underhill?
I don't have any questions. I think it makes sense with our current plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sayre Martinez?
Thank you, Dr. Bell. The only question that I have is, if the environment does change to online, will the professional development still be on Wednesdays?
Yes, ma'am. We are recommending a change to this calendar from Mondays to Wednesdays. Perfect. This allows us to be prepared for whatever challenges, whether that be professional development, needed collaboration among teachers, or deeper cleaning once students return.
Perfect. Thank you. And sets a clear expectation for our staff and community as we move forward. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam Martinez. Dr. Bell, thank you. I don't have any questions. I think it's smart that we're making this recommendation early on to ensure really influence a smoother transition. So thank you for that. At this point, I need a motion to approve the professional development days for the 2020-2021 school year.
President Sandoval,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve the professional development days for the 2020-21 school year.
Second. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by myself. You can run us through a voice vote.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Seja Martinez.
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Ms. Contra. Moving along to 11.3, Mystic School Site Developer Donation, Land Donation. I believe it's Ms. Meyer. Ms. Myers, sorry.
Thank you. Good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the Governing Board, and Dr. Reynolds. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward information regarding a new elementary school land donation for the district. The 15-acre parcel is located in the far northwestern portion of the district near Lake Pleasant Heights. The development south of the CAP Canal is called Mystic, and the first 4 parcels, totaling 423 lots, will be built by Lennar and Taylor Morrison Homes. The land is currently undeveloped, with the developer having accepted responsibility for the street improvements required by the city of Peoria with no cost to the district. In addition, the developer will be responsible for all grading, curb and gutter, paving, sidewalks, and landscape costs within right-of-ways for the associated streets, with the district not being required to participate in the cost of these street improvements. The donation fulfills a commitment made to the district by the previous landowner in 2014, and the donation comes with a restriction that the land can only be used as a public school, either elementary, K-8, or middle school. The required school restriction will expire after 40 years from the land transaction closing date. In the agreement, the district is given 20 years to begin construction of the new school. If construction does not start in 20 years, the developer has the right, if exercised, to retake possession of the land. If the developer does not exercise the right to retake possession after 40 years, again, the land will no longer be deed restricted to only be a school site. With Governing Board approval, First American Title Insurance Company will be instructed to open escrow, and the district will have 60 days to determine feasibility of accepting the donation for the construction of a new school. The district will be responsible for all costs of a feasibility study, which will include an engineering survey, an AIA appraisal of the property, an environmental survey, and an analysis of the site by an architect for the practicality of building an elementary school. Based on the district's most recent land donation, we are estimating that these costs will be between $10,000 and $15,000. At the completion of the feasibility study, if it is determined to be in the best interest of the district, the Governing Board will be asked to approve a closing resolution instructing the title company to close the transaction and transfer title of the property to the district. Escrow and closing costs will be split evenly between the developer and the district. The developer has agreed to pay for a standard title insurance policy for the district's benefit, but if the district does require expanded coverage or extra endorsements, the district would be responsible for these additional costs. With governing board approval, First American Title Insurance Company will be instructed to open escrow, and the district will have 60 days to determine feasibility of accepting the donation for the construction of a future school. Once the due diligence work is complete, the donation will be presented to the governing board at a future board meeting for final consideration and possible acceptance. This concludes the land donation presentation. I am available at this time to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Ms. Underhill?
Thank you, Ms. Myers, and thank you for answering our questions ahead of time as well. I think it's a good idea based on the projected student growth in the area. So I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah Martinez.
I echo Ms. Underhill's sentiment as well. Thank you, Ms. Myers, and leading your team in negotiation, highlighting to the fact that to the community that this is a priority and in the best interest of our district. I only have one question. Do you foresee any potential risks with approving this recommendation?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, as I highlighted in the presentation, we are going to go through an extensive due diligence period over a 60-day time frame. The community is in the far north portion. We are aware that in that community there are past mining activities and some impacts from that we're going to be mindful of. But from everything we've seen and have been told by the developer and what we expect to discover through our due diligence period, we don't believe there'll be a concern, and we will certainly have professional consultants and vendors helping us make that determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, and I have the utmost confidence in your ability to lead and execute this project. So I have, you have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceja Martinez. And yes, agreed, Ms. Myers. I agree with my fellow board members that this forward thinking, this movement to continue to set up sites for the areas that are continuing to grow, to continue to uphold our promise of public education to all of our students. So thank you for that. Last, really a quick question. Do we foresee any extra title coverage needed based on prior policies with these types of transactions?
President Sandoval, members of the governing board, at this time we're not aware of additional endorsements. However, the due diligence process, that 60-day time frame, may identify a need, but we can certainly, as we go through the timeline, if we identify an additional cost, we can certainly provide an update in the Friday report prior to bringing any final recommendation back to the governing board for a vote.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And again, thank you for the comprehensive presentation. So with that said, I do need a motion to approve the Mystic School Site Developer Donation Agreement and Contract Approval Resolution.
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve the Mystic School Site Developer Donation Agreement and Contract Approval Resolution.
I'll second that. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Ceja Martinez, a second by Ms. If you can run us through a voice vote, that'd be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes. Mr. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mrs. Ceja Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes.
Thank you for that, Ms. Contra. Moving on to 11.4, consideration to approve pro statement for the November 3rd, 2020 Maintenance and Operations Override Election and Voter Informational Pamphlet. Dr. Jason Reynolds and I believe Ms. Myers is partnering with you on this one.
She is not only partnering, she is taking the lead.
Perfect. Ms. Myers, show.
Thank you again, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds. The district does have the opportunity to have a governing board approved pro statement in the voter information pamphlet that is being produced in conjunction with Maricopa County elections for our 13% M&O override renewal and bond authorization ballot questions in November 3rd, 2020. The statute requirements allow for an override pro statement. And I want to be clear, you'll notice we don't have the bond in here because there are restrictions actually from a bond authorization on if there can be a governing board approved statement. And so those are some of the statutory requirements that we navigate, but we are permitted with the statute to have a pro statement for our 13% override. And so in conjunction with administration and our public relations department as well, we are bringing forward proposed language for your consideration. And then with a majority vote, if approved, that pro statement would be included in our voter information pamphlet.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Questions, comments, Ms. Underhill?
Yeah, I actually had just a couple comments on the second paragraph. And it's just in regard to the listing of the items that the override, helps support. Because we often talk about the override supporting people and programs, I just had a suggestion that we might want to kind of lead that piece where it talks about funding vital programs with retaining outstanding teachers, reading programs, health professionals and nurses, which are needed more now than ever, all-day kindergarten, assistant principals, current class sizes, and providing opportunities in art, music, band, and athletics. So it's just basically a changing of the order a little bit, somewhat because of the value that we place on the people that work with our children and also because of the environment that we're in right now. Just a suggestion. But those are my 2 cents.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Ms. Underhill. Dr. Reynolds, Ms. Myers, if we were to move forward with some of these edits that are being requested by the governing board this evening, what is our timeline, and do we have time to make edits and then approve the document?
Thank you. President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds, I believe the district can actually amend the motion to approve the statement with noted edits, if I'm not mistaken. And I'll defer to Mrs. Airy if she'd like to comment as well. Thank you.
No. President Sandoval, yes, Ms. Airy, if you'd like to jump in, but yes, that is correct. We can, as long as we are very clear on what those edits are, we can amend the motion to accept the pro statement with edits, is my understanding. Ms. Airy?
President Sandoval, Dr. Reynolds, Ms. Myers, you are correct. So I can make the revisions as stated if that is the will of the board.
Okay. Wondering, just because I'm a visual person, I know Corey just went through the recommended changes and it sounds like it's just kind of switching of the order, but is there any way to see what it may look like with those edits quickly? If someone shares their screen or.
President Sandoval, members of the board, I can certainly make those revisions if Mrs. Underhill can repeat them for us, and I will be able to share my screen, but I do not believe our community will be able to see that preview. It would just be available for our governing board and cabinet that are on this Teams call.
Gotcha. Any way, Ms. Contra, that after the edits are made that we can upload a quick form for the public's viewing before we approve?
President Sandoval, thank you for that question. I would be happy to upload an attachment when the revisions were made for the public review, and it would be attached to this agenda item.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Underhill, would you mind repeating your edits to see if we can get a visual of that? You're on mute, Ms. Underhill.
I think it's getting late, you know? Okay. My suggestion was that the override continuation will keep funding vital people and programs or something like that, retaining outstanding teachers, reading programs, health professionals and nurses, which are needed now more than ever, all-day kindergarten. Sorry, Kim. Okay, good. All-day kindergarten, assistant principals, current class sizes, and providing opportunities in art, music, band, and athletics. Oh, we didn't have retaining outstanding teachers as the first thing. So retain, yeah, something like that. Sorry, everyone, for the online editing.
No, not at all. This is perfect. Thank you, Danielle, for doing this.
President Sandoval, if we may, if there are any other edits we might want to consider, I could note those. I could continue with the revisions, and I might recommend that we come back to this item during readdress, because during that time you would also be able to take action on this, I believe.
Perfect. I like it.
President Sandoval, I believe it or not, for me, I don't have any edits. So you're saved by the clickety-click on my end there. But I support whatever action. I do have a comment, but whatever action you want to take.
Gotcha. Okay. So it sounds like it's, I didn't have any edits. I think, Ms. Underhill's addition to, some of the other benefits of the override makes sense. So, yeah, Ms. Airy, to your point, if we want to, can we pause on this? Is that the recommendation, and then bring it back at the end of the agenda, or what would be the action at this point?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Contra, and Dr. Reynolds, I would look for you for verification, but I believe you could table this and come back to it during readdress, because your agenda gives you the opportunity to do that. But I can type feverishly if you would prefer to just take care of it now. It's up to you. It will take just a couple moments, though, for me to get it to Mrs. Contra and for her to upload it for you and for the public.
Tell you what, so we can keep moving. I know it's getting late. Let's table this item and bring it back at the end of the agenda, so we can keep moving. So I'm assuming I'll need a motion to table this item.
President Sandoval, if
yes,
I think I heard Ms. Ceja Martinez say she might have a comment.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Reynolds. My only comment, like I said, no additional wording. I really appreciate, Ms. Underhill, you highlighting all-day kindergarten, seeing that our whole community, our state, and our elected officials in Congress have made it very clear how important education is for our students to be in attendance. So noting that funding all-day kindergarten is part of the override. Hats off to you, Ms. Underhill, for bringing that forward, and I like the statement.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
President Sandoval, Ms. Airy, where are you in your feverishly typing process?
If you would give me maybe about 3 more minutes, I could wrap it up and show it to our governing board once again.
So Mr. Sandoval, if we're willing to pause just for a few minutes and let Ms. Airy, I think it would probably be seamless if we just take a pause and handle it all right here versus tabling it and then coming back to it, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, I know. I'm certainly open to that. Tell you what, in light of the fact that Mrs. Contra will need to upload it to Board Docs, let's why don't we take a 5-minute pause? That will give Miss Airy time to complete the edits and Miss Contra to re-upload the doc. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right. See you at 9:55.
Thank you.
Well, we'll bring us back in and give Mr. Colley the 30-second lead in.
Okay.
Sorry for the fire.
I got your email. The copy that I have, though,
Miss Ari, are we okay with the word count?
Sir, we are at 196 currently.
What's the threshold?
The threshold is 200.
So yes, we are good.
You are rock star Danielle under pressure. Tell you what. Sorry about that.
So if we can pull the agenda back up.
I think once Ms. Contra receives the document from Ms. Ari and uploads it, she'll be able to do that, Dr. Reynolds.
thank you, President Sandoval. And I'm sure that Mr. Dennis and Mr. Colley are listening. I believe Mr. Dennis would be able to pull the agenda back up, and I will upload that as soon as I receive it, and you should be able to see it.
Thank you.
And it was just sent. Mrs. Contra took longer to save it than to edit it, so it's coming your way.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, board members, I can go ahead and share my screen so that you can see it in a larger size than you will be able to see when Mr. Dennis pulls it up.
So there is a new wrinkle. Because the meeting is currently going, it will not let me upload the document. It just gives me the option to join the meeting at this time, which obviously I already have. it's not going to let me into the software won't let me into the agenda to manipulate the agenda at this time. I can certainly do it at the end of the meeting.
Actually,
Sandoval.
Ms. Contra, I think we're okay because we're reading the edits here now while Danielle's sharing her screen. So I think we can approve it with the recommended edits as we stated earlier.
And President Sandoval, Mr. Colley has informed me that he can share my screen with our community. So while it will not be attached to the item until the meeting concludes, those who are watching our live stream will be able to see the new version. Thanks Perfect. To Mr. Colley.
Yes, thank you for that. Board members, are you okay with us approving the original line item with the recommended edits that we were looking at now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. If you want to take a quick gander, and then we can get back to the board docs. Ms. Underhill, any other thoughts, comments, or?
No, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Seja Martinez?
It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. Ms. Contra, if you want to take us back to the board docs, then we'll approve this line item with the recommended edits.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mr. Dennis, if you could take us back to board docs to the original agenda item, that would be great. And right now, I will go ahead and do a voice vote. Motion to approve the pro statement for the November 3rd, 2020 Maintenance and Operations Override Election Voter Information Pamphlet with the recommended edits.
I'll move that we approve the override pro statement with the recommended edits.
Second.
So I have a motion by myself and a second by Ms. Underhill. Ms. Contra, if you can run us through a voice vote, that'd be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Seja Martinez.
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes.
And just to FYI, Ms. Contra, at least on my screen, I see the tiles of everybody versus the agenda. So I don't know if I need to switch.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes, I do see, in fact, the same thing that you are viewing. Mr. Dennis runs this side of the meeting. Mr. Dennis, if you could please put the agenda back on the board docs onto the Teams meeting screen.
Ms. Ari, while he's doing that, thank you very much for your assistance.
President Sandoval, I do see the board docs agenda up now for you on the screen. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am. We are good. All right. So thank you for everybody's patience and flexibility there. So moving right along to Section 12, informational reports. These reports are also listed on our website, 12.1 Budget, Facilities Planning, and Construction Report. Moving on to 12.2, District Budget Report for the month of May 2020. Again, these reports are on our website. 12.3, Report on Upcoming Meetings and Events. Ms. Aries, anything to highlight?
President Sandoval, members of the board, just a couple of quick notes that were not added to this sheet due to some last minute notice. You mentioned, President Sandoval, at the beginning of the meeting, the tragic loss of Officer Judd. His services are taking place this upcoming Tuesday. That's Tuesday, July 14th at 9 a.m. at CCV. I know that members of our leadership team will be in attendance to pay our respects, and certainly we wanted to share that service information with our governing board as well. I will make sure to send that to you so you have all of the details in case you are able to join us on Tuesday morning. Also taking place on Tuesday, as I previously mentioned, are the parent information sessions. The first one on Tuesday will be for elementary at 5 p.m. The second will be held Wednesday, July 15th at 8:30 a.m. That is focused on high schools. And again, we will share all of those with you so that you have the specific details in case you'd like to join us for those events.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Board members, anything that you may not see in this list that you would like to bring forth? Nope. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Airy. All right, moving right along to 12.4, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Reynolds. I do not have an update or report this evening. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Dr. Reynolds, anything from you on that line item?
No, I think we've covered most of it.
Okay, perfect. All right, section 13, other business. 13.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Ms. Underhill.
I think I'm good. Thank you, though.
Okay. Ms. Sarah Martinez?
I am good.
I am good as well. Okay, 13.2, draft agenda for the August 13th, 2020 regular board meeting. This is in its draft form, but will continue to be built out as more information comes our way. Okay, 13.3, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Ms. Underhill.
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sarah Martinez.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, and this could be a Friday report, if we can get a quick update on our diversity and inclusion really efforts as a district, kind of where we're at, where we're headed. Just a real quick update on how that's going and where we can help as a board.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to, let's see here, section 14, adjournment. 14.1, I do need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second. Ms. Concho, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by myself to adjourn the meeting at 10:09 p.m.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I will take a voice vote now. Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Seja Martinez.
Yes.
Mrs. Underhill.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. Adjournment at 10:07.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, including those listening in, for your patience and your flexibility. Great job. Great meeting. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.